Good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for August 7th, 2024. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the township's YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on Channel 34. We'll do roll. Okay. Chair Harrison?
Here.
Vice Chair McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Caulfield?
Here.
Mr. Church?
Here.
Ms. Harris? Mr. Moore? Yeah, is excused. Mr. Moore is excused. Mr. Simon?
Here.
Mr. Vieira?
Here.
Ms. Grant?
Here.
Ms. Talley? Mr. Cruz?
Here.
And Mr. Sullivan?
Here. First, I'd like to welcome Mr. Cruz to the board. Glad to have you. We needed reinforcements and glad you're here. First, we have the minutes of the July 17th meeting. I have a couple of corrections. On page 4, line 139, at the beginning of the line, after it says height of each structure, and put facing the street, because it's only facing the street that they're 2.5 stories. And then on line 141, change egress on to ingress from Ward Street. And then on page 6, there are two places where it says Pleasant Avenue. It should be Pleasant Way. One is on line 218 and one is on line 225. And then on page 7, line 226, put where it says the board said the new design responds to, put many of the concerns. And then on line 248 at the end you have resident capacity, and I don't think that's correct. I think maybe it's recreational capacity. That was someone else on the board asked that, and I think it was the recreational capacity there. But it's a resident capacity there. Recreational. And then on line 258, it should be Pleasant Way, not Pleasant Avenue. And that's all the changes I have. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, someone want to move the minutes with those changes?
I'll move the minutes with the changes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then we have the resolution for the property on Forest Street. In number 1 on page 1, we have the property sizes 0.342 acres, and I know it isn't that big because it's a tiny lot. I'm not quite sure what the numbers should be, but if you could change it to, I don't know if it's that small, that's 0.03 acres, but whatever it is, it should be changed to. Anyone else with any changes to that resolution? If not, someone want to move the resolution with that change?
I'll move the resolution with the change.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Then we have the resolution for the Zauner property on Lloyd Road. On page 2, number 7. Okay. Never mind. I don't have any changes to that resolution.
There's a typo in number 2 at the bottom of the second page, engineer's report.
Spell it, engineer.
Yeah. Not the right letters. Okay, other than that change, does anyone have any other changes to the resolution? Not someone want to move the resolution with that change?
So
I'll
moved.
I'll move
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay. Okay, the first application is that of Mara and Adam Weinstein for property located at 41 Prospect Avenue. This is an application for a variance for a proposed carport and two-story addition. The property is in the RO Mountainside Zone District and is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 23 in Block 4005. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-33C4A, and that with the proposed additions, a dwelling will exceed the maximum permitted width. Our taxes in order, and is the notice in order and our taxes paid?
All right, I'm going to swear in the
Yes, they
board.
are.
They are. I'm going to swear in the board professionals. This is for all of the hearings this evening. Ms. Casby, Ms. Talley, would you both raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your names and your position with the town.
I'm Janice Talley, a licensed professional planner, and I'm the Director of Planning for Montclair.
Okay, and would both of you raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board? State your names and addresses, please.
Logan Vale, architect, Adam Mar. My address is 40 Leslie Street, East Orange, New Jersey, 07017. Logan LaVale, I'm the architect for the application. My address is 40 Leslie Street, East Orange, New Jersey, 07017.
Adam Weinstein. My address is 41 Prospect Avenue in Montclair, New Jersey.
Mr. Lavelle, you're a registered architect in the state of New Jersey,
Correct.
and your license is in good standing?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what you're doing.
So the owners wanted to build a garage and carport for their house, which has neither at the currently. They wanted to add a balcony to their main bedroom and a dormer to the second floor on both the front and the back of the house, so they can renovate their attic. We looked at historically where the carriage house used to be on the property, which was far to the back, and realized pretty quickly that that was not going to work for the clients. They wanted to build a two-story garage so that the second floor could act as a family room or game room. And they are very interested in maintaining the historical nature of the house and preserving as many of the existing site trees as they can, particularly the cedars that are on the side of the house where the new driveway is going. We feel that the garage is in keeping with the precedent in the neighborhood, as well as the carport. And we talked about possibly putting the garage as an accessory building farther away from the house, but felt that the limits to the size of the accessory building would be prohibitive and would prevent us from putting the family room with adjacency to the house. So we located it within 4 feet of the house so that it could act and be reviewed as an addition to the house and not an accessory structure. And so therefore the variance that we're seeking is for the overall width of the house, which is exceeds the allowable, which is 92 and change feet by 14 feet in the front of the house and 19 feet at the rear. At the Historical Preservation Commission meeting, they talked about matching the house style and finish, which we intend to do. That's very important to the owners. There are a lot of historical features that are still in place in the house that we want to mimic or maintain. So windows, fenestration, exterior lighting, railings, the design, the finish, the window, basically as much as possible, we're trying to make it look like it was part of the historical house and not change the overall feel of the house. Like I said, the trees are very important to the owners. There's a big cedar in particular that's sort of at the front of the house that the driveway is designed to avoid, so that hopefully we can keep those and preserve them. We did hear from some of the neighbors who were concerned about drainage and rainwater. We're meeting and exceeding the town requirements for drainage. It was important to the owners also that we, respect the neighbors and the issues with drainage that have happened in recent years due to development and just increased rainflow. So the civil drawings show some pretty intensive rainwater capture measures that we're putting in, which, as I said, meet the town requirements for added impervious surface. Should I go through the? So this is the existing house on the property with the existing driveway. Prospect is here to the west, and the city is to the east downhill. The existing house has a wraparound porch that we want to meet with the carport here, and then the new driveway will come down on the side of the house. Let's zoom in here. Avoiding the trees that are here on the side of the house and leading to the new garage, which is a two-story garage. The foundation is, because of the terrain of the slope, the second floor of the garage meets the first floor porch here. So there's a small little connecting bridge between the two that allow the porch up here and the deck outside the second story here to connect and then flow down into the patio down here. So looking at it from the roof plan, the scope of work is the carport here, the garage over here, and they want to put new dormers on both sides of the attic to finish off the attic as a playroom type space. And then there's another set of stairs that lead down to the patio. On the ground level, the carport obviously is a convenient place for the owners to park and unload groceries, walk into the house, and then if they want or need to, they can drive down here to the garage. There's on the second story here is the family room or game room, and here's the connecting deck between the two, the existing and the new, with another little staircase that goes down to the patio. On the main bedroom on the second floor, they want to put a small balcony that's like a T balcony. And this is the third floor, or rather second floor, with the attic space, which is currently used for utilities and storage. And they want to finish it off and add a dormer on both sides that mimic the existing dormers and the existing style of the house to allow that space to be utilized as a family room. This is the existing facade of the house. This is the front. Here's the entry. Here's the porch. right here is where the new dormers would go. This is the rear of the house, and this is the patio that we're meeting with the garage. So the proposed, here's the front with the added dormer. Here's the carport. It's difficult to see, but this dashed line here denotes the garage as seen sort of behind from the front. And then from the back, this is the, oops. This is the back of the new addition, and these are the side. This is where the family room is, the staircase down to the patio, the little bridge connecting the two, with a little kissing gate between the two. And this is how the front of the addition would look. And in your set, you can see some pictures of the existing house with a lot of the historical details that we would like to either maintain or mimic. For instance, these kind of hanging lights on the porch, they would like to do something similar in the carport. The windows are historic. These are the original windows of the house with the leaded muntins. And obviously, we're not going to put leaded windows back in, but something to, as closely possible, replicate this style in both finish and shape and size and proportion. That's really important to the owners as well. These are the civil drawings. So here you can see the rainwater mitigation measures. This is the driveway here. There's a trench drain both here and in front of the driveway, as well as some auxiliary drains that capture all the rainwater from the new hardscaping and the impervious surfaces and bring it back down to these. There are 4 very large catchment basins. They're 3 feet in diameter and 40 feet in length, buried in the ground here, and then an outlet structure that will slowly dissipate the water. I know this is not really a huge part of the purview of the board, but I wanted to address those comments from the neighbors and show that we're trying to be as considerate as we can. That's it.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, thank you, Mr. LaBelle, for your introduction. I have a few questions for you, and maybe Mr. Weinstein, you might want to chime in on a couple of these as well.
Sure.
So, and they're not in any particular order, so I may swing around a few times. So first of all, a lot of the questions I have are related to design features and sort of what's the intent that you're reaching for. So first of all, in terms of the carport, why is the carport an important feature to what is being proposed?
Design-wise or function-wise?
Well, you can speak to both, but particularly, I mean, because there is no carport that currently exists, and since you're proposing to build a garage, it's sort of unusual that both a carport and a garage are being proposed. So that's why I'm really sort of asking the question in terms of necessity.
Yeah, the carport was a request from Mara because she often parks.
This is one of the owners you're speaking
Yeah,
about.
sorry,
Okay.
Mara's the other owner. I'm going to go back
My
to
wife.
So with the placement of the garage, if we wanted to bring it even closer to the house so that it would offer a way for the owners to get into the house covered and dry if they came home with groceries, there was no way that we were going to get that as close to the house or attached to the house, either on the side because of setbacks or because of the trees that they wanted to save. And we didn't want to build something that was imposing from the street so much. So from the beginning, the goal was to keep the garage towards the back of the house. But that does mean it's a pretty decent trek to get from the garage where you park with all your bags of groceries into the house. So just based on what I've seen about how they use the house currently with the driveway as it is, they often park, on the sides here or in front of the house in order to get stuff like groceries in. And the carport felt like a natural addition, both aesthetically, it felt that was something that Mara really liked about some of the other houses in the neighborhood. But also functionally, it makes a really easy place for them to park and then walk up the stairs onto the covered porch and right into the house.
Okay, so it's primarily designed for loading, unloading. It's not necessarily designed for permanent car storage.
No.
I think part of what's being proposed is to eliminate the necessity of the vehicles having to be parked in front of the house all the time. Is that part of what's?
I think they would like that, yeah.
Okay. Just one. All right. Then, as far as the garage is concerned, so you have a 2-level garage here. So you have a slope so that you're putting the vehicles on the lower level, and have a so we'll just call it recreational space on the upper level. Had there been consideration of doing it in reverse?
The family room on the lower
Yes,
level?
so that instead of having to slope the vehicles down, you just kept them on an even keel?
No, mainly just because trying to design something where cars could drive up into a structure on top of a family room felt like that would be a lot of structure, a lot of, intensive and costly building to get the cars up high, and it just seemed easier to keep them on grade, drive them into the garage, and then put everything else on top of that. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, I just wanted to know if there were, if you had considered alternatives.
No, we didn't really consider that option, no.
Yeah, I mean, based on the presentation, here, it looks like it's a pretty steep drop to put the vehicles under, into the garage.
The lot is quite big. But it does slope down. And Prospect from Prospect down, it slopes. You can, they have a nice view of the city because of that slope. But it's a decent descent.
Okay, and then you talked about mitigation of water. And so in the yard behind the garage, it continues to slope? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, it's I don't know if I have any pictures of it. But you can, if we look at the civil drawings. So each of these lines represents, I believe, 2 feet. You can, and the closeness of the lines denotes steepness of slope, right? So you can see, even just from this, they haven't topoed the whole thing here, but you can see that the slope continues pretty evenly. It's not like super duper steep, but it does go down to the end of the lot, the back of the lot, with enough slope so that rainwater does roll downhill, go down to the lower street, the street below.
And you mentioned that at least one of the neighbors had expressed some concern about the water runoff and making sure that their property was not being impacted by that.
Yeah, and it's difficult. We can't really guarantee that we can prevent all water from going downhill. We've all seen recent storms that have gotten worse and worse and worse. But this is a substantial mitigation. They have to dig up their entire backyard here, and these are massive, huge tubes, 4 of them, that are 40 feet long each, along with this outlet structure here that will slow the dissipation of the water. It's not really possible to just prevent it. Adam and I were talking about previously a conversation that he had with one of his downhill neighbors where they have a big retaining wall in place, and water will still, enough water and enough pressure, and it'll still get through or around or over it. So these are major measures that they're taking. I can't guarantee that the downhill neighbors will never see a drop of rain on their property, but I think this is a major improvement to what they have now.
So you feel as though you and the owners have made a good faith effort to try to mitigate the problem as much as you reasonably can?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Then I guess the question for Mr. Weinstein is relative to the balcony that you want to build, the small balcony. So that'll be overlooking the backyard, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so speak about that in terms of whether or not that'll have any impact on the neighbors. In any way, would that violate any of their privacy?
I mean, I don't see how. So I have pretty good, in terms of violating their privacy, like I'd be able to see something that I don't, now see. Right now, we have like bay windows in that room, so I can, see out of, so I have that view currently. This would just create a little porch, on top of the deck, the back porch, which has a, roof line. So I don't think it would change my view in that respect. Also, my neighbors all might have tree line, so I don't, that's mostly what I see.
Okay, so you don't see it as being problematic? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it would change what I see.
Right. Then the last question I have is, you wanted to put an outdoor shower area. What's the intent?
That was my suggestion, actually. They have 2 boys and... Three boys, and...
More boys.
It's a handy way, if they're playing outside and dirty, to hose them down and clean them off. One of the neighbors did bring that up and was concerned about the privacy nature, I guess, and it's not really a shower meant for, like we would take a shower during the day. It's more for just a recreational rinse-off kind of shower.
Okay. I noticed in terms of looking at sort of the aerial view of the neighborhood that I think your neighbor to the left and to the right, both of them have built-in pools. And I didn't see one on your property, and I didn't know if this was a signal that this is something that you're planning on doing eventually, or?
No, we don't have current plans for a pool. Only my neighbor, it depends which way you face, but facing the street, it would be on the left. He's got a pool. The one on the right doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we've talked about it, but we like the yard.
Okay.
And I'm not sure where to put it.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Caulfield?
Thank you. Can you tell me what the, without the garage, what the building width percentage is, the frontage?
Yeah, the...
106, yeah, the percentage.
Percentage, I think, I looked at that too.
It was in the planning.
That's with the garage, I think.
Oh, okay.
I just want to see, if it has, what the difference is.
So you said the, without the garage, currently is 87 feet with the porch, and the proposed is 106 feet at the front where the carport goes to, and 111 in the rear at the garage.
Okay, and obviously those aren't translated into percentages in that
sorry.
sense, but I guess 82% is what would be with the garage, I guess, so. What's the width of the garage? 20?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's got to be, okay, so it's got to be somewhere in the 70s.
think in the zoning report, actually, it said, let's see. So the allowable is 65% of the width of the lot frontage, and the proposed addition increases the building width to 82% of the lot frontage.
Okay. In that plan, the planner's report, there's a planning considerations there. I mean, I thought you somewhat addressed number 2 of that, right? If you move the building back 4 feet, it's not considered, okay. Which it's kind of a weird, it's there anyway, even if it's a foot back or not, right? Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I think I understand the idea is that if you're building a structure that's close enough to the house, they will consider it an addition. If you're building it more than 4 feet, they will consider it an accessory structure, which has different requirements, and the allowable size is a lot smaller.
A lot smaller, okay.
Yeah. So for instance, I think the allowable height is 15 feet for
Yes.
an accessory structure, which we looked at originally, but doesn't allow much of a family room on top.
If the cedar tree does die, would the carport with its roof hide the garage, height of the garage from looking at the street?
The current trees are pretty close to the existing house, so
Yeah.
even in place, alive now, they're not going to completely block the garage to the rear.
Okay.
But, so, if the trees all died, it wouldn't change the view from the street too much.
Okay.
I mean, the trees are basically all in a line, so it's not like they're a bunch of trees that provide a screen.
Gotcha.
They're just kind of running along the side of the house.
Gotcha. Janice, a question to you. I mean, we're talking about ADUs in this world, right? And there's no description about ADUs in that situation, but this is kind of an example of maybe a possible ADU down the line, no?
Well, it could be, but there's no cooking facilities proposed.
Correct.
Right, so that's the big difference.
That's a difference that you'd have to have?
Right, it's not a dwelling unit because there's no cooking facilities, et cetera, so I don't really think that's not part of
Okay.
this
I
presentation.
just don't know too much about the law. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon?
John actually covered a few of the things. Well, one question is, what's the distance from the proposed garage to the property line on that side?
So, I don't have the distance called out here, but the setback, this dark line here is the property line, and this lighter line here is the setback, is the required setback line, and the garage is, I think it's about 6 feet from that.
So 6
So
feet
it's-
from the line,
So it's about 24 feet from the property line.
and then do you know how the distance from the closest structure on your neighbor's side, from the property line?
I don't know the distance offhand, but if you look at the
I'd say it's
neighbors,
pretty far.
yeah.
That's such a relative term. Would you say it's the same
40
24
to
feet?
50 feet?
Okay, all right.
This is the subject house here, so the proposed structure would be here, and their adjacent structure is here.
Got it.
I know
Okay.
that's not a distance, but
Yeah, Mr. Simon, if you look on page 2 of the planning report, that aerial photograph will kind of shows where the property line is in proximity to the neighbor's house. So that'll give you an idea.
Okay. And that would be 33, the 33 side? 33 Prospect versus 43?
Is it 33 or 37? It's,
That would be 30, yes, it's 33.
Okay.
Yep.
and I was trying to do some quick calculations, but, so from 92 to 111 is about 18 feet. The proposed garage is 29, and I guess that would basically cut it in half if you were to try to, because the only reason, you're only here for the width portion, so if the garage was narrower, you wouldn't need the variance. But that would reduce it potentially to a single car, maybe a car and a half.
Yeah.
Is that insufficient for your needs?
I'll let Adam speak to that. I know they have 2 cars now, so.
But if you plan on using the carport and the garage, would a 1.5 garage be suitable, so you wouldn't even need to be here?
I think they want to have the same, ability to park their cars in a garage and covered out of the snow as a lot of the neighbors do. And ideally not park their car in the carport where it's kind of a, it's still in the front of the house. It's kind of an eyesore. They still have, right now they park their cars in the front driveway because they don't have any other place to put them. So ideally, they would have a place to put both cars in a bad
Ideally,
storm.
but again, as a matter of not having to come before the board.
I think they would rather seek the
Take the chance,
variance.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And this is just, I know this doesn't really show what you were trying to get at, but if you this is the side of the house where the addition would be, you can see the size of the trees on this side. The neighbors have similar trees on their side as well, so there's a pretty substantial gap between the two.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of my questions were already answered. The other questions that I had was regarding the HPC report. So there was a comment about larger columns. Is that because, why, structurally?
I think they felt, structurally that it was not sufficient to hold up the size of the carport roof. And, we're going to build it structurally substantial enough, obviously, but I think in addition to that, they wanted to see some of the proportions kind of mimicked from the house as well, which we would obviously respect and want to do as well.
Yeah, so you will also comply with that comment about the pitch of the roof? That was the second comment on that.
The pitch of the roof is hard because the pitch of the existing house roof is pretty steep. So if they increase the pitch of the garage roof, it will make the structure much bigger, which, in addition to making it more visible from the street, and more, a bigger building for the neighbors to look at, it also blocks a lot of their porch view of the city, and potentially the view of from their second floor as well.
And in your opinion, that will also impact the setback distance or the width of the building?
The roof pitch?
Yeah.
Not really. I think they were looking for some deeper overhangs potentially because the existing house has deep eaves, but it's not real. I don't believe it's the size of the edge of the roof that denotes the edge of the structure. I think it's the structure itself. So
It's the wall.
the wall. So, which is not to say that we're going to build 20-foot eaves either, but we would certainly take into account their suggestions for following along with the proportions of the existing house.
Okay. And the last comment that I had was around stormwater management. So the proposed basin is designed to collect stormwater off the roof and also the garage and the driveway, including existing and proposed conditions.
It won't, for instance, one of the neighbors had the question, well, will the rainwater mitigation measures, let me get back to the survey here. So one of the neighbors raised the question of what about the water that's on the north side of the house? And to that, we can only say right now, this mitigation system is mostly for the new hardscaping down on the south side of the lot. It would be too cost prohibitive to try to do the whole site. I think the owners would probably scrap the project if they were required to do that. And it would also just, it would completely tear up their backyard. I think this is a lot of work to address the issue. We could certainly look at enlarging that if it was an issue, if it was a board requirement. All I can say is that this meets the requirements that the town has in place. If cost wasn't an issue, I bet you that the owners would probably try to do more, but it is what it is, and it's going to be cost. This is probably a big chunk of the cost of the project in and of itself.
Thank you.
Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
I wanted to know the height of the trees
Do you know?
that are being demoed.
Oh, that are being taken out? Well, ideally, we're going to save as many as we can. The very biggest are here at the front, closer to the front of the house. There's one massive cedar one that from the beginning they have always said, we got to keep that one. So it's difficult to see from this, but here and here that's where that really big tree is. And I don't know the exact height, but it's way, way taller than the house.
Okay, thank you. And so when I'm looking at the civil drawings, there's a lot of work as far as site work. There's that's a large area for the driveway, and then the basin, the tree removal. So would you have one contractor, or you plan on having like a lot of different subcontractors to do kind of like this, the drainage work? Or is it like one GC and then they're gonna coordinate everything, or you may have hire different subs separately for all this different scope?
I don't want a GC you don't want a GC the job. No, it would be one GC.
One GC?
Yeah.
I brought that up just for sequence of construction. If you're coordinating multiple subs with the equipment that's needed for all of this, that's just a consideration for parking on the street, the neighbors, and sometimes each contractor may have a holdup, and then they would then, let's say the site work, the basin, there's some type of holdup, and it may the work may have to extend out, and so that sequencing is important to make sure that there's not like a lot of equipment everywhere, and then it becomes a complaint from a neighbor. So I brought it up for that reason, because there is a lot of scope here. There's the basin, the dormers, the tree removal, and all of those would be a different contractor or different specialty.
That is a concern. The contract, I can't speak for the contractor, but I would assume that the contractor would follow a pretty normal sequence of construction, do the site work first before getting into the other trades. So it's not going to be like the painter and the sheetrock guy are trying to park on the street while the site work guys are pulling out. It's going to be most of the site work done first, and then the rest of the work.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the site work first.
Yeah.
That was it.
Mr. Cruz, do you have any questions?
Yes, would you be able to elaborate at all at some of the green infrastructure components of the stormwater management? Is that detention basin infiltrating?
Infiltrated?
Yeah, is the underground detention basin providing infiltration, or is it just storing the water?
It's to catch and then slowly dissipate. So the soil condition of the lot is not that permeable. So in order to try to, there's no way to catch and store the water, but this is the best option. The engineers felt to hold it while it slowly is released. And there are two measures for that, the large catchment tubes, and then this outlet structure here, and then this scour hole down here is sort of a final.
You wouldn't happen to know if like bioswales or a rain garden were considered as part of the stormwater management?
I'm fairly confident that the engineers did not consider that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No question.
I have a number of questions. The width of the garage, you were asked, but I'm want to get that narrowed down. How wide is the garage part of the garage?
The garage, like the garage part,
Yes.
down here is 29 feet.
Okay, and I guess, and part of that is because it's behind the house, and obviously the cars can't make that sharp maneuver, but we've done a number of garages, and, and usually we're dealing with a side yard variance and trying to shrink it, and but the issue's the same whether we're talking about building width or side yard setback. I guess, we've normally been, not letting them exceed 20 feet wide, and that's, still 10 feet per car, which is, wider than a standard parking space. And let me go where I'm going, so to help you, respond. I guess, you're proposing the garage to be 5.5 feet wider than the carport, and it would seem you could shrink it by, and so it corresponds to the variance you're seeking for the carport. I'm going to return to the carport, but I'm not understanding the justification for that extra width contributing to the building width, and if you could explain that.
I think the overall building width could be reduced a bit. I think we would still, if we cited it where it is now, it would still be over the proportion, or the width proportion allowable.
Right, you still need a variance.
Yeah, right.
And I'm not pushing you to a one-car garage, but it's, the extent of the variance is, not immediately understanding why this needs to be a greater variance than the carport.
Primarily due to the fact that the trees that are on the side of the building here, as many of it as possible, we wanted to save, so the driveway was pushed away. And like you said, the turning radius to get out of that, becomes difficult to manage unless you get rid of these trees. Additionally, the porch is a big feature for the family. It's got a really nice view of the yard. It's got a really nice view of the city. They go up there, they've spent a lot of time in the backyard, and if we push the garage farther in, not only would we not be able to get into it very easily, but it would block a lot of that enjoyability of the views.
Well, I'm not, I'll leave it to you to shoving it further to the north. I'm trying to reduce its size, and I'm trying to, okay, so let's start off with what tree are you talking about? Because on the engineering plans, it seems all those trees that are along the north side of the either in the driveway, obviously, are being removed, but also along the, between the driveway and the house and patio are being removed. So which tree are you talking about that they're trying to save?
This one, which is the biggest one.
Okay, but can you go to the engineering plans?
here.
I mean, he seems to have X's through all those trees.
Yeah, he did, and I've spoken with him about it. He's not willing to say that, well, obviously the ones that are in the driveway we have to take out, but he wanted us to confirm with an arborist how to best preserve those trees.
Okay, but not seeing why what I'm saying is changing the width of the driveway. I mean, the driveway, you're restricted, I'm going to say, whether you view it by the deck, the house, you know, so you can't, you have the portion, you have the two cars shown on your drawing, so you don't have to go back to that, but over somewhat to, because they're now pulling in behind where the deck is. I understand that, but you're still seem to be based on, you know, what I will call a normal 20-foot wide garage, that you have room to reduce the size of the garage, keep the driveway exactly as you're showing it, and not have the building width exceeded to the extent that you're showing it.
So is the suggestion potentially that this line of the carport could be met with the line of the garage as well? So that
Yeah. I think you might need a little more than that, but yes. You know, that you know, you would still have ample room to park two cars. I'm not changing the driveway. I think it's dubious you're going to save that tree, but that's between you and the arborist and Mr. Petrie. But you know, you're showing a greater width than you need to.
I think, I'll let Adam respond too, but I think I would be fine with reducing the size of the garage to meet the edge of the carport, provided we could, you know, manage to get the cars in and out.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Like, having the carport makes you push it closer to the house, that's going to kill all those cedars, technically. What happens if you get rid of the carport, move it away from those, and make a little better driveway? Sorry, Bill.
We did talk about that. The carport was a later addition, so originally we didn't have it. I think the issue still remains, how do you get your groceries into the house without having to, you know, yep. I could certainly talk to the owners about getting rid of the carport. I think it's pretty highly desired, but so is saving that tree. So I'll certainly discuss that with them.
And continuing on the carport, I understand in terms of where that side entrance to the house, those stairs are, but does that require that the carport be in front of the house rather than lining up with the house?
Yes.
I know you don't need a front yard, but still it's sticking out, I guess,
Right.
which makes the building width more apparent, building width variance.
The carport was located where it was primarily because of these stairs here, which lead up onto the porch and around into the back of the house where it's easy access to the kitchen. If they wanted to build stairs from a carport somewhere in the middle of the house, I guess they could, but these stairs are already there. It's pretty convenient for them.
No, I understand you want to use those stairs. That's why I was assuming that that was the purpose. How does, I'm trying to figure out your drawing. How does the carport relate to where those stairs are?
It partially covers them and extends out this way. So it's So if this is the front entryway, and this is those steps onto the porch, it's difficult to see, but this little small dashed line here is the bottom of those steps. So the carport goes in front of and over those steps and aligns with the front of the existing entry portico.
Okay, but I guess my question, and, you're lining up with the stoop, but if you moved it back up, I'm trying to see there's no real dimensions on what I'm talking about. So,
I will say that originally I had the carport pulled back, and Mara said, "What are you doing, you idiot? I can't get into the front of the house that way."
No,
So she wanted it.
but I'm letting you cover those stairs, which I understand is part of the purpose. So you'd only be going back that far, but you're going several feet in front of those stairs, and that's what I'm trying to understand why you're doing that.
It's because of the tree. If we go any further back, already it's pretty close to the tree, as you mentioned.
Yes, and as I noted before, Mr. Petrie's plans show you.
He shows removing the tree, right.
And I understand they want to keep the tree, but
Right.
I guess, how deep, wide, I'm not quite sure what dimension is the carport, the east-west dimension.
Well, you mean this dimension here
Yes.
is 12 feet. So big enough to cover a car where you get out, not cover the car
No, it
entirely.
doesn't cover the car entirely.
And pulled forward enough so that we hopefully stay away from the cedar.
And when are you bringing in the arborist to determine what trees can be saved?
We haven't scheduled one yet, but we will.
Okay. And if we did a condition that said, if it's determined that that tree needs to be removed, you'd move it back so it would not go any further than covering the stairs, would that be acceptable?
It's more for you.
Not covering the stairs.
Let me correct me if I'm misinterpreting. If preserving the tree,
Let me say, if you can preserve the tree where it is, you can build the carport where it is. If it's determined there's no way the tree will survive based on the driveway, the carport, then you would move the carport back so it is still covering the front, those stairs on the side, going to the side, but it wouldn't cover several feet in front of there. So you'd still be able to walk from the carport to the stairs, not in the rain, snow, whatever, and
if we pulled it back until maybe 4 feet was covered in front of the stairs to about here, that brings it much farther back away from the front of the house and less obtrusive from the street, but obviously would mean losing the tree.
Yeah, there'd be no way to save the
Yeah.
tree.
So would you be okay with that condition?
We didn't really want to change the tree line, but.
No, I'm saying, if the arborist says you can save the tree, you're building the carport where it is. If he
The
says
board would be
there's
okay
no
with
way that the tree can be saved,
I'm not sure what we would do, because we really wanted to preserve that.
I understand.
So,
And if the arborist says, if you do X, Y, and Z, you can preserve it, fine, but he may say, just too much damage to the root system. It's, you're creating a risk of it toppling on the house or on your car or on the carport, whatever.
yeah, me and my wife have not discussed ultimately which one would be more important, the carport or the tree. That's why we designed.
Well, either way,
the
you're
plans
getting the
like this.
carport, it's
Right.
just its location.
I guess the question is, if there's no way to save the tree, if the arborist says you can't save the tree, regardless of what we're doing, it's just no way, would you guys be okay with pushing the carport back some and potentially making it smaller? Is that part of what you're asking to, or not really?
I'm not I mean, you can shrink it if you want. I'm just saying, if, the reason you're giving for having it in its location is so you can preserve the tree. And I'm big on saving trees, so I'm not objecting to that being a basis, but I'm saying, you know, we have engineering plans that says, in the engineer's opinion, that tree is going to have to go. I understand you want to save it, and you know, what I'm going to saying is that you'll retain an arborist, which is what you said you're doing anyway, and if he says, yes, the tree can be saved, the carport will go where it is. If not, it's moved back, you know, roughly 4 feet, so it's more in line with the front of the house, but still covering the those side stairs.
That seems like a good idea to me. Okay.
To be in line with the house.
Moving it back towards the back of the lot. Enough space to still cover.
But you would have to take out the tree and put it back. So,
What he's saying is, if the arborist says there's no way to save that tree no matter what,
yeah, but we'd have to make a decision on that.
about whether or not to do the carport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To leave the
But he's
carport at all.
saying, if you want, yeah, he's saying if you want to, if the tree can be saved, the carport can go
Yeah.
where it is. If the tree can't be saved, would you be willing to move the carport back?
I have to make that decision with my wife. Yeah, I can't answer because I wouldn't make that decision without consulting her and making that, you know, jointly.
Well, this is more of a conditional thing, so it's, first, Plan A is what we have.
Yeah.
And that's the goal. They're saying if Plan A isn't feasible, if you can't save the tree, the arborist says there's just no way, then would you consider moving the carport back?
Sure. The only thing that's not in that drawing is that there's stone slabs that actually go forward that are not shown there. And I think we lined this up with those stone slabs, right?
The pavers?
No, yeah. Do you have the photo of the front with the? So it does kind of align with the front of the house, but just towards the front main entrance. But in any event, I guess we'd have to consider if we would have to lose the tree no matter what.
I mean, I think what my understanding is, when it comes to actually building this, at some point,
Yeah.
you may be required to take that tree down for the construction. And if that tree comes down, then it has to be moved back.
Yeah.
So
That's- yeah.
I think this happens all the time when you start with construction and they're out there, they say, that tree, we can't build it unless that tree comes down. That's what might happen to you. So if that
Yeah.
happens, my understanding is the board wants, if the tree comes down, then you have to move it back.
I get it. That's fine. And so he found the picture, so you can see that there are those stone slabs that come out.
The
You know,
pavers.
Further, it's not it's part of the foundation of, there's like a 1.5 floor that's right above that where the dormer is. And it's just part of the foundation of the house, but it comes out, I don't know how.
You're
big
talking about
those
this
block-
here?
No, the
This?
front door.
Here.
Yeah, those. And I thought that the carport, when we were looking at it, it was kind of even with that. or that was part of
It's even with this part here.
Okay.
So basically what they're saying is there would still be enough coverage for you to
Yeah.
walk from the carport, but they would like to see it pushed back a little bit more.
Okay.
Does that seem
Yeah,
okay?
I heard 4 feet, extend 4 feet. That's what I heard you say.
Okay, I just have one more question, which I just want to understand. Currently, there's a stub of the driveway going back on the other side of the house. And I assume that was when there was a carriage house, that was how people got back. is that staying in place, or?
Yeah, I wasn't going to demolish it or, because there's also a door to the side of the house. So it's been cut off to kind of the
It's just a
property.
stub now.
Yeah.
Bill, are you talking about this part over here on the opposite side from where the
Yeah.
addition? Yeah.
Any other questions from members of the board? Are there any members of the audience who either have questions on the application, any comments on the application, anything you want to say about the application? Okay. Anything further either of you want to say before we discuss and vote on the application?
No.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. McCulloch.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm generally in favor of the application with the modifications that I know you'll be proposing.
Mr. Caulfield?
I'm not in favor. I mean, I've never parked a car in a garage in Montclair, and it's okay, and I get along, so I'm not in favor. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Simon?
I'm undecided. Again, I think the luxury of a wide garage is great, but not necessarily, the town's responsibility to suck it up. So I'm still undecided. I'm waiting to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also partially in favor of the application. I think I'm leaning more towards the smaller garage as opposed to 29 feet, about 20 feet, which is normally the standard, and the other condition about the width of the carport. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Grant?
I'm in favor. The comment that I have is just an extension on the comment I had before about the scope of work. There is a lot of scope there. There's a lot of, you didn't go over a staging area. You may have to remove a large tree. And I think the logistics of everything, to me, it feels like a lot to not go over, almost like a staging area. And like I said, also the scope dictates the sequence. But even though it does, there's still like contingency for if this doesn't happen and that doesn't happen, because there is a lot of scope. That's the only comment I have.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, because you're the eighth, you're not going to get to vote, but you do get to participate and give us your thoughts, which we will appreciate.
I would be curious to see what the arborist says as a result of that tree, since, if I'm not mistaken, if there isn't a condition in an approval, you would have to be back before the board with the new design. Does that sound about right?
I'm trying to avoid that since we're busy. And, well, I'm sure they've had a fun evening. I'm sure they don't want to have another one. Mr. Church?
I'm not in favor of the application.
Okay. I think there are a number of houses in the neighborhood that have the same circular driveway, and some with garages, some without garages. I think, I'm going to say somewhat contradictory things in terms of, I agree with Mr. Caulfield, as, I have a nice two-car detached garage, which we have never once we parked a car in. It's very useful for storage, but on the other hand, the ordinance, while this is a pre-existing non-conforming situation, the ordinance does require that provision be made for parking cars not in front of the house. Without doing this, they cannot meet that, the house does not meet that requirement of the ordinance. Maybe they will be atypical residents and use their garage. As I'm thinking on my block, there aren't many of them who use their garage. They all have them, but but I think, given that provision of the ordinance, and we're providing an opportunity for them to park the cars not in front of the house, which currently is really the only place they can park, you know, I would be in favor. I, you know, do think, as I said, that they haven't justified the full width of the proposed garage, and that the garage addition should result in the total width not exceeding 106 feet 1 inch, which is the width of the carport, that the prior to any construction, the applicant shall retain an arborist to evaluate whether the tree that is immediately behind where the carport is proposed will be able to survive the proposed construction. If it does, if the arborist concludes, and a report of the arborist shall be submitted to the planning department. If the arborist concludes this tree can be saved, that the carport can be constructed as shown on the plans, but if the arborist determines that there's no way the tree will survive and recommends its removal for whatever reason, that the carport be moved back to the extent that it will still cover the stairs leading to that side of the house. And I'm not going to give you a dimension. I'll let you figure out exactly how that is. But so someone will be able to walk from the carport up the stairs without being exposed to precipitation, whatever. And I think with those conditions, this will not result in a substantial impairment to the zone plan, and is eliminating one nonconformity by creating another nonconformity, but clearly there's no way they can do this and totally conform, and it's not resulting in a substantial detriment to the public good. Any further discussion among board members?
So the condition is that it's limited to 106 to match the carport?
At 106 feet 1 inch, yes. Okay. If not, you want to call the roll?
Well, let's make a motion.
Oh,
So I'll
Wait,
move.
hold on. I'm sorry. Did you also, was there also a condition about the arborist?
yes.
It was there. Okay.
So I'll move approval with the conditions as stated by the chair.
Second.
Call the roll, just,
Chair Harrison?
yes.
Vice Chair McCullough?
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield?
I'm going to pass right now.
Mr. Church?
No.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
Ms. Grant?
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield, you're going to vote?
I am, no.
Mr. Caulfield? No, sorry.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'll just add that having been on the board for a while, I really appreciate that you are all giving up your weeknights to be here. It's a public service that I didn't really understand before I got into it, and now I'm doubly grateful for you being here. So thank you.
Okay. The next application is that of J. Turner and Alexandra Leale. This is for property at 274 Park Street. This is an application for a variance to construct a one-story addition at the rear of the dwelling. The property is located in the R2 250 zone district and is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 12 and Block 2503. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-51 to permit a side yard setback of less than 6 feet from the north side property line. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes.
Okay, is the applicant here?
Bad time to use the restroom.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
J. Turner, 274 Park Street, Montclair, New Jersey, 07043.
Thank you. And why don't you explain to the board what your proposal is?
Sure.
And you can sit if you want. You can
I'm fine.
stand, you can do cartwheels, whatever. Inspired by the gymnast.
So, my house was built 112 years ago, and I guess back then folks were a little, Great. So my house was built 112 years ago, and I guess back then folks were okay being a little closer together. So now my house, my house is perpendicular to the street, but my property line goes back at an angle. So the corner of my house is within the setback, the allowable setback to the property line. So I'm trying to add on to my kitchen. And so if I can't go straight back to add on to my kitchen because I'll get very close to my neighbors, well, I'm well inside the setback and we'll get closer to the property line. So what I propose to do is to go back 4 feet and then go over 3 feet and then go back an additional 8 feet so that I can modernize my kitchen and have a eating area. And also a back door to the house. For some reason, my house has no back door, so that would give me a back door as well.
Mr. McCullough, if you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Turner. I guess, I was trying to understand in terms of the proposal, why in terms of the design did you not feel that you could slide the addition over so that you would not have to deal with getting a variance in terms of the setback?
Well, there was really no way to do it and end up with anything there was no way to do it and come out with a larger kitchen that we wanted and make it look, make it functional and aesthetically pleasing and not apply for a variance. We spent months and months and months doing every configuration we could come up with, but our kitchen is very small, to the point that we don't have a dishwasher or anything like that. We can't fit it in there, so we were trying to add enough room to put modern appliances in there and have some counter space. And so we couldn't figure out a way to do that and not get a variance. And also have an eating area. Right now, when you walk in the front door to my house, the first thing you see is the table where I eat. So I'd like to not have that.
So I mean, I noticed that you were removing a portion of the driveway and reseeding it as a planting bed?
Right, well, so like I say, my house currently has no back door. I don't really understand it, but the only way into my house is through the front door, or there's a basement door to go into the, the unfinished space. But there's no door on the driveway side of the house. So the idea is to have a back door into the house. So if you pull up the driveway, you can get out, carry your packages right into the kitchen of the house. No.
Yeah, I guess part of why I raised it was because I was wondering why with the extension you couldn't, the portion of the driveway that you're removing to put the planting bed, why you couldn't move the new addition over to cover that area. I see that you have it looks like a stairwell, right, to enter through the back.
Yes, sir.
So you wouldn't be losing that with that feature if you moved it over.
No, so so there's you couldn't really, you wouldn't be moving the kitchen over, you'd be moving the eating area over, which goes behind the bathroom.
Okay.
It wouldn't, the kitchen is kind of there. So in other words, it's here, the bathroom's over here. So if you pulled it over, you wouldn't have a continuous room as the kitchen. as it is, all we're doing is extending back 4 feet, the existing kitchen, that's all we're doing. And then cutting over 3 feet and then going back so we have an eating area. So if we tried to pull it over behind the bathroom, and if we would either have to eliminate the back entrance to the house, or we'd lose half our driveway.
Okay. So the new design of the kitchen, your cooking area, you would be maintaining the cooking area essentially in the same location?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Cooking and refrigeration, I guess, right?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Okay.
Yep.
So where currently you have sort of a kitchen table in that same area, you would now have that area, I guess an island or whatever that is, and the new breakfast area, right?
Yes, sir. We'd be keeping the additional, the current kitchen area. I can't afford to move all that somewhere else. It would be too costly. We're just extending it back 4 feet so that we have more room and we can add modern appliances. I've been there 9 years. I actually forgot dishwashers existed. I've washed so many dishes by hand. So that's what we're trying to accomplish there, and put an island in. And then, like I say, I currently don't have a place to eat outside of, I don't want my dinner table to be at the front door, so I'm trying to create an area to eat back there.
Okay. And your cooking area vents out onto the side of your house, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I guess that's correct.
All right. And you have a neighbor on the other side of, do you have a fence there? Or is?
Yes, sir.
And
Yep.
how close is your neighbor's house to that fence?
So on the other side of the fence is the neighbor's driveway, and then out on the other side of the driveway, there's about, I'd say, 5 feet, and then their house, so maybe 15 feet.
Okay. So as far as you're concerned, there's no issue as far as ventilation from you cooking into, that would be encroaching upon your neighbor's property?
No, sir, and I don't think that would really change at all. I mean, we'd be putting it would be better vented than it currently is, because as part of it, we'd be putting a vent hood in and everything, so it would be better. But it wouldn't, I don't think it would create any kind of negative situation for my neighbors.
Okay. All right. All right, I don't have any other questions. I would just one comment, and that is just noting from the TLA design report on March 25th, the satisfaction of the negative criteria, that it makes reference to the proposed designing have no adverse effect on the adjoining properties, the neighborhood, or the city of Summit. I'm assuming that you are talking about the city of Montclair?
Yes, sir, that's a typo.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
Like having, how can I put this? Like having the architect here, then I could ask him some questions, but it's only a 9-inch difference between the back line that comes in at 5 feet, 17 feet, right, to getting it at 6. It's only a 9-inch difference. So I don't know why we couldn't start that as the start line, bring that line all the way down, kept the 6 feet clear in the back there. Even if we could move over 9 inches, I don't think it's gonna cause that much damage in that direction, to the driveway or the stairs in that sense.
Well, if you look at the plan that shows the back of the house, I would respectfully disagree with you. I think that I'm a huge fan of the integrity of the beauty of the older homes in Montclair, and I think.
Which drawing are you talking about, though?
This drawing right
Yeah.
here, when you see the back of the house.
Yeah.
And you start seeing it, I think it starts to look very odd when you start continually pulling it over to the right. And then my staircase would either be in the middle of the driveway, or I would have to eliminate my back door altogether.
This is 9 inches, this is not 9 feet. And by the way,
Well, 9 inches is
but
almost a-
specifically agree with you, this is the back of the property. So the historical aspect of keeping Montclair where it is the back of your property. It's not the front of the property in that sense. So, it's just a 9 inches. I think it's about like that much.
Mr. Caulfield, 3 feet to me is a big concession to go over, because if the concept.
I said 9
from-
inches, 9 inches, not 3 feet.
No, sir, I'm talking about the 3 feet I already went over. In other words, my point is this. The whole idea is I gotta have a counter for my kitchen. It's gotta go somewhere. The only place I can go is down this wall. The only thing that allows it to make any sense at all, to jut in, is to run the counters to the wall and then go back.
So-
You understand? So the
that's an entire-
counters are typically 2 feet deep.
Yeah.
Or slightly more. So I'm already going in an extra foot. I mean, if I had my druthers, I would go in 2 feet. It would look much better on the inside of the house. It'd make for a much better kitchen. So I'm already going an extra foot over what I would want to do to try to accommodate with the fact that since my house was built, the town decided to change the distance that they thought it should be to the property line. So, I guess to your answer, why don't you go another 9 inches over? My answer would be, I prefer not to go 3 feet over. I'd rather go 2 feet over. So I feel like I'm making a tremendous concession to try to still make something that works, that's also a nod to the town.
So that entire, where it says the 3 feet, that's an entire counter off the stove there?
The counter runs the whole length back and will end where it goes in 3 feet. That's what it runs into.
And underneath that counter is what? Cabinetry?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Simon?
Just one question. Just one question. In that space between, the 4 feet that you have between, in the back of the house where, behind the stoves, you have an outline of a box. What are you proposing to go there? This is where the setback reduces to 346 before you do the indentation?
Oh, so you mean on the counters where there's a box on the counter?
Yeah.
That's where, so instead of having the counter and then having upper shelves going across the whole way, my wife doesn't like that. She likes it clean and open, and then on the end, you have like a tower that goes up on each end, where that's where all your shelving is, where your plates and everything go in.
Got it. So that whole length where you have the I guess that's a 6-burner stove?
Yes,
That you
sir.
represent? So
Yes.
that whole length is going to be the countertop?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to follow up with what my colleague, Mr. Caulfield, said. So, and I will ask it in a different way. That proposed corner, that's 3.46 feet from the property line. That's basically the shortest distance to the property line.
Yeah,
See that
I mean-
corner? Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I would say it's actually more than that to the fence. So I don't know,
Right.
maybe when they put the fence in, they put it more on my neighbor's side or whatever, but if you put a tape measure, those dimensions are actually greater than what the architect shows.
Okay.
Okay,
In the drawing, it says 3.46. So,
understood.
so that corner, what would it do to your layout, the way you're planning to use this space, if you remove that corner and kind of start the construction from the existing wall, basically, and then just draw a line directly?
Yeah, it wouldn't be worth doing because I wouldn't be able to do anything to make my kitchen bigger than it currently is. That I can afford to do. I'm not the Weinsteins. I can't, I don't have that. I have to work with what I've got and try not to have to, run all new plumbing and all new gas and everything. So all I'm trying to do here, if I don't extend back, I can't extend my counter. I can't extend my counters. If I can't do that, then I'm not making my kitchen any bigger. So what am I doing?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It
Did I
does,
do a
it
good
does.
job explaining that? Or?
No, it does make sense to
okay.
me. I was just trying to ask if you had considered removing that corner, because your existing side yard setback is 4 feet, and now it's going to be smaller than that, but it does make sense what you explained.
Yeah, it's not. Well, anyway, that's what it shows. I understand.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Ms. Grant,
No questions.
Mr. Cruz,
No questions.
Mr. Church?
Can I make one comment to follow up on your question?
Sure.
Okay. So my property line is running at an angle, but I think the interpretation that the architect put there is a little misleading. My property's not going like this. It's going on a slight angle. My lot's, I don't know how deep, but maybe 175 feet or something like that. And in that 4 feet, I'm probably losing maybe 2 inches. It's not like it's going from here to here. It's a very subtle difference as you go back. In reality. Maybe not on paper, but in reality.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions, and one to explain your answer before. The survey shows that the fence is 0.6 of an inch, roughly 7 inches outside your property line. So that's why when you measure from the fence to the house, you get a larger number because there's that 7-inch differential. But I want to ask, the fence is your fence?
Well, actually, we went in it together with our neighbors. We got together with our neighbors on all 3 sides, decided on the fence that we liked, and then we went in on it with them. So,
so
we bought it together.
Okay. And there are shrubs along the property line before you get to the fence. Are those your shrubs or the neighbors?
Well, we take turns trimming them, so I guess they're both of ours. I'm not sure technically whose property they're on.
Okay, but there are a number of shrubs on your neighbor's side of the fence, which I'm assuming are his. There's a rose bush.
There's rose bushes, yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yep, those are theirs.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Are there any Jay, do you have? Are there any members of the audience who either have questions, comments, anything you want to say about the application? This is your one opportunity to come up and speak about this property. Okay, anything further you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
No, sir, just that I really put a lot of time into this. If there was another way to do it, that I thought I could still get a functional kitchen out of it, I would be happy to do that, but I honestly don't believe that there is. And I think if you came over to my house and saw my kitchen, you'd get it.
Start discussion with Mr. Caulfield.
When you build this and you look at that corner, think of me. I pass. I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Simon?
I'm in favor.
Mr. Vieira?
I'm also in favor.
Ms. Grant?
I'm in favor. I had a question. What you said in the corner is a cabinet for dishes?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Mr. Cruz?
Looks good.
I'm sorry?
Looks good to me.
Thanks.
Mr. Church?
No, I have no questions. I have a query. I understand that some of these houses, the way they're constructed, it gets very costly to make it. I just did it in my kitchen, didn't come out anyway from the footprint because I couldn't afford to go the extra 2 or 3 feet. So I appreciate your problem with this. But I have no problem with your, I understand your concern, and I have no problem with this application.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, I mean, I think like my colleagues, I mean, I support the application, but I do agree with Mr. Caulfield. You know, just looking at it, I can't, it's just very hard for me to imagine why there couldn't be just that enough of a subtle shift to sort of avoid the necessity of a variance here, especially since it's new construction. And when I look at it, I mean, I understand what is the existing kitchen, but, and I understand the statement that with this, if there was to be this movement, that then there wouldn't be enough gained with the extension, but it is an extension, so I mean, it just feels like it still gives you more. But nonetheless, with all that said, I would support the application.
Thank you.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think, you know, clearly due to the positioning of the house in relationship to the property line, since the house is straight, but the property line isn't, you know, goes at an angle to the street, creates a situation. I think, you know, the larger part of the variance is for the small area that he's continuing the wall of the existing house back. There's a minor additional deviation where he is shifting it back, so to minimize the variance for the bulk of the addition. So I don't think this will result in a substantial impairment to the zone plan or a substantial detriment to the public good. And any further discussion among board members before, and if not, someone want to make a motion?
Move approval of the application.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And Mr. Cruz, you're abstaining. Okay.
Thank you all very much. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
And we're going to take a 2-minute break. Well, Mr. Jenkins, you should get set up, and this is 2 minutes, really. The next application of that is of Grace Point Seventh-day Adventist Church. This is an application for renovation and improvements to an existing building and property located at 86 Mission Street, identified as Block 4107, Lot 2, on the tax maps of the township. The property is located in the R2 two-family residential zone. Churches and charitable uses are permitted conditional uses within the R2 zone. The applicant seeks site plan approval. In addition, the applicant seeks conditional use variance pursuant to the municipal land use law for its continued utilization of the property for religious and related public services conducted on the property, as the proposed use does not meet all the conditional use requirements under the township ordinances, specifically where a premises shall have frontage on a street having a width of at least 30 feet and the existing pavement not less than 30 feet, and where a minimum lot area of 10,000 square feet is required and the existing lot is 4,017 square feet, whereas the off-street parking shall be provided in the amount of at least one space for every 8 seats or one space for 16-seat seating capacity if benches rather than seats are used, with adequate landscape screening from adjoining residential properties, and no off-street parking is provided. The applicant seeks, to the extent necessary, bulk variance relief pursuant to Montclair Code Section 347-51 and 347-20B for the maximum permitted impervious cover is 55% and the existing impervious cover is 79.9%. And Montclair Code Section 347-101, in that off-street parking is required and no off-street parking is provided. Or I assume it's tax exempt, but is the notice in order?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jenkins, you want to give your appearance and proceed?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Reggie Jenkins, Frank Isabel, Sadiq, and Shahini on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for that. Microphone. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. So, first of all, thank you very much for that introduction. It was green before. Okay.
Brighter green.
All right, brighter green. Okay, now we're cooking. Either way. So, for the third time, thank you very much for that introduction, and it took a lot of the summary that I was going to introduce. The key thing here is we're here for conditional use approval. And in doing so, we're fixing a problem or an omission that should have been taken care of about 2 decades ago. The church has been in Montclair since the 30s, not before, at their primary location at 90 Mission Street. In 1996, the church purchased this adjacent property at 86 Mission and has been utilizing that property ever since on a part-time basis. It operates it during the weekends as an ancillary, as an adjunct to its primary religious purposes at the primary building. Out of this building, it conducts things such as pastoral care and Sabbath school and church school and counseling, and it has deacons meetings, and all on a part-time basis, all on a staggered schedule, such that this is not a new church building that has thousands of people coming into it and having services all the time. The building is in disrepair, and the church, to fix that disrepair, to fix certain structural issues, sought and obtained a grant from the county to allow them to pursue those. And it was only after its contractor went to the city and tried to pull a building permit was it flagged that the conditional permitting that should have taken care of in 1996 had not occurred. So we're here, as we call it, nunc pro tunc, to ask for the permission that we would have gotten back in 1996. With that, and actually, just in terms of the tax exempt status, just so the board should know, is as an indication that the operations here have been open and notorious, to secure its tax exempt status, they have to file, like every 2 years, every 4 years, with the city, and lets the city know what they're doing. So everything we're talking about here has been disclosed to the city periodically and continuously as part of its operations. But what is clear, what I'd like to make clear, is that in this application, we're not looking to expand anything. We are not looking to expand the footprint. We're not proposing any new uses in the property. All we're asking for is that original blessing that we need to allow us to get that building permit that we need to allow the building to be refurbished. With that, I'd like to go into the witnesses that we have this evening. We have 3. At first, I'd like to my right is Pastor Errol Stoddart, who is the pastor of the church. We then have our architect, who will go through the design plans that are the main component of this application. And then to round it up in a nice, pretty bow, we have our planner, George Williams, who will go through, as the board requires, the positive and negatives criteria with regard to the relief that is being sought this evening. So, Mr. Chairman, if there are no questions of me, I'd like to introduce Pastor Stoddart.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
I'm Pastor Errol T. Stoddart. Address is 70 Sullivan Drive, West Orange.
Thank you very much. Pastor Stoddart, and it's inherent in the title that I just used, but what is your position with the church here?
I'm the pastor of the Grace Point XDA Church.
Thank you very much. And in that capacity, you are familiar with the church and its operations?
Correct.
You heard my general opening statement. Do you agree with what I laid out in general?
Absolutely.
And we're going to go through some specifics, but in general, you agree with the statements that I made?
Absolutely.
Can you just briefly, for the board, confirm what goes on at 86 Mission?
We have our, first of all, thank you all for this opportunity to present to you. And we have our typical Sabbath school program on Saturdays. We have our board meetings typically on Sundays. We do Bible studies. We do our community services program and general church programs as a standard operating procedure for the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Okay. How many staff people do you have at one time?
We don't have any permanent staff people, no full-time staff people. We have volunteers, average 2, 3. Maximum is going to be probably 4 or 5.
Okay.
On any given weekend.
Okay, and they are coming between this building and the 90
church
Mission?
building, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
With regard to things like the food pantry that you operate?
Yes.
Is it primarily operated out of this building?
It's operated out of both buildings.
Okay.
So we do some storage here in this building and some in the church basement. So we'll be using both buildings.
So, but for the food pantry, you don't have people going in and out of this building?
No.
It's just for storage?
Absolutely.
And again, am I correct that it is a staggered schedule for the operations you have such that?
Second and fourth.
Okay.
Weekend, second and fourth Sundays.
Okay. And then for your other activities, again, they're just on the weekends?
Correct.
But there's no time where you are having all your Bible studies and services and all the deacons' meetings happening all at once?
No, they typically would go once a month. That's the average.
Okay. You heard me say that in confirmation of your tax exempt status, you make periodic filings to the town?
Correct.
And in those filings, you've disclosed all of the activities that go on at this annex building?
Correct.
Thank you. And I'm referring to it as the annex. I've identified that in the submissions that we've made to the board, but just to, again, that's how we might refer to it from time to time. Now, can you just briefly, and we'll have our architect go through it some more, but briefly, what are we seeking in this application? What is the church looking to do with this building by way of improvements?
Basic renovation. The building is pretty dilapidated. So painting, room sizes remain the same. All things remain the same, but we do need to do painting. We do need to do general repairs and upkeep. The roof needs to be redone. So from the basement to the roof, the building needs renovation.
And there's also going to be some structural improvements and,
Yes.
strengthening.
Absolutely.
But in all of these renovations, there's not going to be any additional uses put on this property, correct?
That's correct.
There's no new business that's
That's
coming
correct.
in. It is all the same activities that you have been providing and services providing since 1996, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, so this is not going to entail increase of the population, again, or people coming in and out of this building?
That is correct.
And again, you've secured a grant from the county for the proposed improvements for this building?
That is correct.
Are we under a time constraint with regard to those grant
Definitely.
monies?
Yeah,
Can you
definitely.
explain that a little bit, please?
Yeah, the bottom line is the county, the state has given us a certain window in which the renovation needs to be completed. There's a possibility that they'll withdraw those funds if we are not able to complete the renovations by the specific time periods. They have already given us some latitude, but they are pressing us now to get the work done.
Okay. One last thing, because this was brought up in the report, and I think you're better able to speak to this than the architect, but one of the requests was for a snow removal plan, which, how is snow removed from this property?
So snow is moved. The deacons, we have a snow blower, and the deacon will come and blow the snow off the sidewalk or blow the snow out of the driveway.
Okay.
So that's typically how it's done.
And this has been, how that's been taken care of since this property has been used?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Pastor Stoddart at this time.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Pastor Stoddart.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of things just to clarify in terms of how the facility is used. So you have just a partial driveway, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and it is actively being used or not?
The church bus is parked there.
The church bus is parked there, okay. And the area behind this building is used or not used?
No, it's not used.
It's not
At this
used.
particular time.
There's a metal shed back there?
Yes.
And that's used for?
Basic storage of shovels and stuff like that.
So the custodial staff and others
Exactly.
utilize that. But the gravel area, the slate paved areas, those areas are not used?
No, we don't drive anything back there. We don't park anything
Okay.
back there presently.
And is it your intent at some point to utilize that space? And
No.
So it'll just continue to be
Just like it
unused
is.
space?
Yeah, just like it is. It's the way back there is narrow, so it creates a little challenge.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Caulfield?
For the food pantry, are foods prepared there for the pantry?
No.
No. It's like dry goods type of thing?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, Pastor. Can you tell me what the grant is from the county? What's the name of the grant?
I don't know the name of the grant off the top of my head.
It's in the addendum that I provided to the board.
Is it a community development block
Yeah,
grant?
it's a CDBG grant.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
The neighbor to the north of us, to the left, they have a driveway that, part of the curb's on our property. You're going to keep that the way it is? You're not putting a fence down the line at that one point at all?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
Hi. Has any work started in the renovation to the house?
No, we were waiting to get the building permit.
So not even, you couldn't even start any painting or any
No.
basic renovation to the principal? And what's the deadline,
I'd have to go back and check that.
roughly? This year, next year?
We have to, this year.
It has to be done by
Needs
this
to be
year?
done this year.
And if truth be told, the actual deadline they had has passed.
Yeah.
So you're working off an extension?
Yes,
Exactly.
and it's a handshake extension, and what's been happening, unfortunately, I'm not saying this in a disparaging way, but to get to this point has been an incredibly long time, and so the county has been rather understanding that we've had to have a municipal interaction, but their patience will only go so long.
Right, so, and with it's August and the 4 months remaining, can the repairs be done within the time frame? And if not, what happens if you lose the grant?
Well, so, and I think, and I'll ask the pastor to speak to the second portion of that, but I think that if the approvals are in place, and if they can demonstrate that there has at least been a start
Yes.
to it, then the grant money is secured, at least that first tranche. So we have to establish that we are making affirmative progress with regard to this building, because I want to see it utilized.
Absolutely. I would only add that we've already invested in this entire process, in the whole development process. So funds have been expended from the church, so we need to get this done ASAP.
Okay. No other questions?
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening.
Yes.
I have a question about the structural enhancements that you mentioned. There's going to be some type of improvements to the structure itself. Is that because it was determined that it's in disrepair, or why is that?
Yeah, and we can have our architect speak to that more directly, but at the end of the day, it's an older building, and it's in need of repair.
Yeah. And currently the building is being used, so it's okay, right?
No, we have not been using it for.
You're not using
We
it?
have we have not been
Okay,
using it for a while.
understood. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grant?
So, for the proposed, there's an accessible route and also a wheelchair lift. Are those stipulations of the grant?
Yes.
Are there other stipulations of the grant?
That was the main one.
The main one,
Because it has to be handicap accessible.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Mr. Cruz?
No questions.
Thank you,
Mr. Church?
In relation to the food pantry activity that you do, where's the food stored, if it's stored, or is it brought in for each event?
The food is delivered twice a month. So
Okay.
it comes in, we put it in the basement of the house and of the church, depending on how much comes in.
Okay.
And then it is then bagged and distributed on Sundays.
Is there any feeding activity, that's a bad choice of words, but any activity in the building feeding people that come to the food pantry, or is it
No.
all pick up and go?
Pick up and go.
Pick up and go. And you have adequate storage facility, it's safe?
Yes.
For that?
That's correct.
And you-
We have storage refrigerators also.
Refrigerators? And that's in the building now?
No, the refrigerators are in the church building.
In the church building. So then, when they come to the house, so let's say call it the house, to pick it up, it's transferred over
Yes.
from the,
So what we do typically, we'll have tables set up outside. Members will
I got
already
you.
bag the food, We have tents set up in the backyard of the church. We would bring the food up, put it on the tables, and serve the community.
In the future, once you get these permits out of the way and you're finished construction, is there going to be any change to that?
I don't think so.
You're going to keep it the same way?
I think
Nothing's
so.
going into the building for the food pantry?
Yeah, I think we'll keep it the same way. It's efficient.
Okay.
It engages the members, and it works.
And it's well utilized?
Well utilized and well supported.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just, this is more, I don't know, somewhat to give Mr. Williams a suggestion, somewhat, but let me do my concern here, and I'm not quite sure how best to address it. You know, there was another church in town that did a food pantry that expanded wildly, I'll say, and raised some problems in the neighborhood. You know, and you described a variety of uses, and, you know, my understanding and observation is these are not really impacting the neighborhood, but the variance you're asking, you know, one of the variances you're asking for is not providing any on-site parking, and I'm wondering, is there a way we can condition this that, you know, the church, you know, whether they on their own or they decide in the future they found better premises and sell both buildings, whether, you know, that suddenly there's a lot more traffic than there is currently. You know, and whether Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Williams, whether this witness has any thoughts on how we can, you know, make sure we don't wake up and suddenly there are 5 times as many cars coming and going than there are now. You know, then the question I have, the planner's report recommends that the 2 lots be consolidated. Does that raise any issues for the church?
I don't know that it does. It's something that we would have to research and see how practical that would be. But I don't see that it'll be a problem one way or another. We'd be open to whatever recommendations would be made, but it's something to be researched and.
Are both lots in the same ownership now?
I was just about to say, with regard to that, and following the technical review committee meeting, we did take a look at that, or at least I took a look at that, and the 2 lots are in common ownership. So, you know, first we can say there's been a, you know, merger by operation of law with regard to that. But either way, the pastor is saying that we are not seeing an impediment to the consolidation of those.
Okay, are there any members of the audience who have any questions for this witness? Okay, I want to call your next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Michael Marvin. I'm the principal architect at MRV and Architects, 307 Bloomfield Avenue in Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Marvin. Can you provide the board with your experience and professional background, please?
Absolutely. I have a bachelor's of architecture degree from NJIT, a master's of engineering and product architecture from Stevens. I am a registered architect in the state of New Jersey, and my license is in good standing.
We will accept him.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marvin, I'm just going to wind you up and let you go. But can you advise the board what you have prepared in relation to this application, and then just walk us through it, please?
Absolutely. So our office was engaged to prepare the site plan application for the subject property. I brought a board slightly wrinkled due to this lovely weather that we're having. These are the drawings that were submitted to the board previously. The subject property as it currently stands.
You can, so that the audience can follow along, we do have your submission available on that screen.
Is this on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
Just hold it close.
So the subject property currently has, sorry. The subject property currently has a couple of challenges associated with it. Starting kind of front to back, currently the existing front steps are in a state of disrepair. They also protrude beyond the front property line of the building and are quite steep. They're not compliant with current building code. As we move backward, and as the pastor had mentioned before, the building is currently not ADA compliant. There is no way for wheelchair access for wheelchair users to access the building. There are a number of considerations inside the building as well, which kind of go beyond the site plan application, obviously, mostly pertaining to direction of door swings, things of that nature, that would be reversed as part of the updates to the property, as well as just general repair, painting, structural sagging damage, a little bit of termite damage here and there, but nothing that actually changes use or general configuration of the interior. Going to the proposed site plan that we've prepared, the general approach, kind of again going from front to back of the building, is that we would first off be going and reconstructing the front staircase and relocating it rather than going and descending down from the existing front door perpendicular to Mission Street. We would be going and turning it to come off of the side of the front porch with a new code-compliant staircase, descending down and landing on the existing driveway. Moving backward, and we highlighted the accessible route to get back to a new proposed wheelchair lift in the back of the building. We would be leaving the existing asphalt driveway in place, but going and upgrading kind of the area immediately adjacent to the rear of the building to go and be concrete. It's currently just gravel. We would be going and putting in a concrete area back here to allow unobstructed access for wheelchair users to the back of the building. As a way to just go and kind of screen things and make it a little bit more inviting of an entrance, we're proposing a small planter area with some just some small street trees, or street trees, I guess. And then the building, as part of the renovation, would be getting a new heating and cooling system. So we're proposing new condenser units in the back as well. There are some upgrades that are proposed as well for going and installing just some general lighting, just to go and provide a little bit more illumination on the pathways to and from the building. Other than that, though, it's really intended to leave the existing building more or less as it is today, just restoring it to its former glory so that it can get back to its mission of serving the community.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions of Mr. Marvin at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Marvin. First of all, can you help me to understand the location of the chairlift? Why was that location selected?
Mainly because we've actually got access into a rear stairway in the back of the building, that we're able to go and get in there and have a straight shot into the rear of the structure. Previously, a location in the front of the building had been looked at. The problem is that due to the issue of that front staircase protruding beyond the front property line, we can't fit the wheelchair lift and the reconstructed staircase in the existing front yard.
I see. And so as far as ADA compliance, the main focus is to make sure that there is access to the first floor
Correct.
of this building, What goes on the, is there a second floor of this building?
There is a second floor, yes. It's mostly additional small classroom spaces, I should say. The intention with it is really to make the more public-facing spaces, the meeting rooms, things like that, wheelchair accessible, because that's really where where any wheelchair users coming into the space would more likely be using those spaces.
And similarly, obviously, I mean, there's a basement in this building.
Correct,
as
yeah.
well, right?
It's mostly just a storage space, though.
So from your vantage point, given the challenge from time to time of inclement weather, it is feasible for, I guess the assumption is that someone who needs to make use of the lift, their vehicle would use the driveway, come up to the end of the driveway, and then make their way across the new concrete area.
Correct, yeah, that's the intention.
That's how you envision that?
Yeah.
Is any of that concrete area going to be covered, or is it's all exposed?
It's all planned to be exposed right now, simply because we didn't want to incur the cost of going and creating a completely sheltered area coming in.
And what kind of, when you say a concrete area, what kind of, are we talking about just a cement patio, or are we talking about pavers, or what kind of a concrete area are we talking about?
Intended to basically just be a brush surface concrete, minimal cost, but aesthetically, inoffensive, I suppose is the best way to put it.
But something that a person in a wheelchair would easily be able to maneuver?
Correct, yeah, built to standard similar to a public sidewalk.
The building currently is not air conditioned?
It is not, no.
Okay, so you're putting in a new condenser unit. The location of the condenser unit presumably would have no impact on the neighbors?
Correct, yeah, the location of it. The location of it was, it's tucked back here behind the existing jut out of the existing rear stairway. And the reasoning behind that is we really wanted to kind of screen it from the neighbors. Obviously, modern condenser units are not terribly loud these days, but you get it behind a building and then it's definitely not going to be bothering anybody.
The new plantings that are bordering the concrete area, is that within your area of expertise?
We hadn't specified anything yet. If I had to make a recommendation on it, probably some sort of an arborvitae or something that's relatively hardy in this climate zone and is evergreen.
So it would be something fairly tall, in other words?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Sort of the intent meaning to sort of close off from view the rest of the backyard area? That's not
and just
being
provide
developed?
a little greenery in an otherwise kind of gray gravel concrete area.
And now, just from the perspective of public safety again, for persons that need to utilize the lift, your sense is that there would be sufficient lighting, which is being proposed in this area? I mean, if you're going to have arborvitaes, they can be pretty tall, they could shield somebody who may be behind those arborvitaes. So, I mean, so what is there sufficient lighting to secure the safety of persons that would be utilizing that facility?
I can't say for sure what exists in the existing rear yard. lights that we're proposing are essentially intended to be sort of a wall pack that illuminates the area pretty well. Certainly, we're not looking to go and create any shady spots in the back, though. And I believe there may be lights on the back of the church as well that would illuminate
Existing
that.
lights you're
I
speaking
believe
about.
so, yeah. I'm not sure. Perhaps the pastor would be able to comment.
And the, let's see, the Bilco door that is there is in reasonably good shape,
I believe so, yeah.
and the stairwell leading down to the basement is in good shape.
Yeah.
No problems with water down there?
No more than any other building in Montclair has been experiencing these days.
Would you care to elaborate a little bit more on that?
I wouldn't go putting a whole bunch of cardboard boxes on the floor down there, but it's not flooding either.
Okay. I mean, since, there will be some food storage down there.
Yeah, and everything's kept up off the ground as well.
And there's a cement floor down there?
Correct.
I guess the other question that I would just have is, because this is an area that obviously is a neighborhood that is obviously going through a lot of renovation, updating, a lot of new apartments and townhouses and whatever. There's a lot that's going on there. So in terms of the design elements of what's being done, particularly externally, would be complementing sort of the development that is taking place in the neighborhood itself. Is that how you would see it?
That is the general design intent, is to bring it up to a similar level to what we're seeing elsewhere in the neighborhood.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The house, is that clapperboard? What would you call that on the house?
On the exterior of it, I believe it's a shingle.
Shingle,
Probably
yeah,
shingle and
yeah.
clap, yeah.
Have you gotten to the point of what your finishes are going to be on that building? Are you going to keep that, or are you going to go siding? Like, what are you planning?
It hasn't been finalized
Okay.
yet. One of the things that's been discussed has been trying to salvage the existing wood and paint it.
Okay. I see some leaders on some of the buildings, but the back corner does not seem to have a leader to that. I mean, maybe it's all being driven out to the front, but if we are going to have a handicap in there, and, we'd like the water maybe not to go in that corner where the handicapped person comes through. Last question. On this grant, there are 2 phases to it. Do you know if you're the first phase or the second phase?
This is the first phase where we are right now.
You don't know anything about the second phase?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, in terms of the driveway and the bus, is it an actual bus, or is it just like a van?
Believe it's a van.
And is it parked in the driveway, or is it parked all the way in the rear? Question being, is there enough room for the van to be in the driveway and provide enough space for wheelchair access?
So I think that's a good question for the pastor. I believe, however, that as part of all of this, that is just a temporary solution. It's, it's sitting there like temporarily. So.
So the van is, where is it normally parked when it's not being used? Oh, okay, all right. And the other question I had was, in terms of the interior, are any interior walls being changed?
No.
On either floor?
No.
So as they are, it's as they are?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on the planner's report. There's a comment on the proposed staircase encroaching into the driveway. Do you think your design addresses that?
I do. For the most part, the way that we're currently showing the landing, it's a little bit misleading. We're coming down, we're landing on this, we are encroaching on the driveway, however, it's not an active driveway, as was said before. It's essentially used to park the bus sometimes, and the rest of the time, it's really just sort of a big sidewalk. So, for the most part, it's kind of a non-issue, from that perspective, just because there's not vehicles moving in and out of that driveway.
Essentially, there's not a lot of traffic, and you have some space between the driveway and the last step.
Correct,
basically.
yes.
Yeah, okay. The other question I had is about the structural modifications. Can you elaborate a little more?
So, in full disclosure, our office has not been retained to design those modifications in there. But essentially, what it is that just due to the age of the building, there has been some settlement of some of the structural beams, and in an effort to go and really kind of stabilize everything and make it good for future use. It's going to require repair of some of the load-bearing center members in the basement, as well as sistering of some of the first floor joists. So nothing terribly out of line with what one would expect to see on a building of this age.
So essentially, no new beams or columns or anything.
Just
those
repair of
minor
existing,
modifications.
repair and/or replacement of existing ones, but no new long span members. Nothing crazy like that.
That's good. Okay, thank you.
On page 8, there's a view of the rear, and the area where the door is there a window on the other side?
And this is of your planner's report, correct?
I'm sorry, page 8 of, the planner's report. The section of the house in the rear where the door is, are there any windows on that portion?
Yeah, there is a window on the wall opposite the door that you see there.
Oh, like on this wall here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Correct. Yeah, nothing on the rear wall though, obviously.
Yeah, just on the part you can't see. Okay, that was my only question.
No questions.
How much of the traffic, I should have asked the Reverend this, but how much of the traffic there is brought by car, or do the people walk mainly to this church?
You're talking about to this annex portion itself, or the church in its
Well,
entirety?
the complex, yeah. Those that use the house and those that use the services of the church. Do people walk, or do they drive? And if they do, they're going to use that driveway to park in the back, right?
No, and we can bring the pastor back
Okay.
to answer that question. That's not a problem.
Okay.
And I think that's a better question for him. So, do you want him now, or can we finish
It
with
looks like he's
Mr. Marvin?
coming. It looks like he's coming up.
He's anxious to get this done.
So we have.
We need you to use the microphone, just so we have you on the, yeah.
Yeah,
So
just,
the people coming to use.
It's got to be really green.
No.
There we go,
Yeah.
there we go. The people coming to use the annex do not typically drive.
okay.
They're
neighborhood.
Yes, they're mostly neighborhood people. And if there's anybody that drives, they typically would park on Elmwood. So Elmwood going back towards the park.
Okay, so you're not, that back area wouldn't be used for parking at all?
No.
So that driveway wouldn't have to be
No, it
opened
would not
or
be.
expanded?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just one other elaboration on that. Indeed, the bus that we're talking about is also used to help transport some people who need to. get to the site.
Absolutely, if we need to do that, absolutely.
Thank you.
Where is trash being stored?
There's currently a trash enclosure in the back area here, which will be retained.
Okay, so you're not doing anything to change what's currently there? Okay, that's why I wanted to.
Mr. Harrison, I have a concern about, it's a question about the trash enclosure, because it's enclosed on the three sides facing this property, but it's not enclosed on the side that faces the neighbors. Would it be possible to make that a full enclosure so that the side that faces your neighbors is enclosed with the fence and then a gate added? 'Cause
Mr. Chairman, we can do that, yes.
that would meet our requirements.
Okay. What is the access? Do you go around the open side now to access the trash enclosure? Or do we need to say, if you enclose all four sides, does there need to be a door or a gate?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that whatever enclosure design would be workable to be as efficient as possible for ingress and egress from the garbage.
Are there any members of the audience who have any questions for this witness? Okay, Mr. Jenkins, you want to call your next witness?
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to call our final witness, our planner, George Williams.
Mr. Williams, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I most certainly do.
State your name and address.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Wheatle-Williams, 105 Pro Street, suite number 3 in Montclair, New Jersey.
Thank you. And can you provide the board with your current position and professional background, please?
Certainly. I'm licensed by the State Board of Professional Planners, nationally certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners. I completed my graduate studies at Rutgers, now the Blaustein School, have been practicing in the field of planning for a little over 30 years, with a primary focus on land use, of course, but I and my firm practice in a variety of other planning specialities, including the preparation of master plans, zoning ordinances, redevelopment plans, civic engagement. I've appeared before numerous land use boards throughout the state of New Jersey, including this august board, and I have offered expert witness testimony in support of houses of worship in other municipalities.
And your license is still current?
And my license is still current, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
That's what he told me this morning. So, Mr. Williams, we're getting late in the day, like I did with Mr. Marvin. If I could just wind you up and let you go with the request that you can provide the board what you've reviewed and what your professional conclusions are with regard, from a planning perspective, with regard to the application before the board this evening.
Certainly, and I will try to be uncharacteristically brief because this is a relatively unique application, as you heard from counsel in his introductory comments. It's an existing building, site, and use, and what we're really looking for is approval to continue that use on this site. The site is commonly known as 86 Mission Street and identified in your municipal tax records as block 4107, lot number 2, and it is in the R2 zone district. The site improvements that would be a part of this application, if you were to approve our proposal, would include all of those things that you heard from our project architect and the applicant, including, most importantly perhaps, the ADA improvements to the site, the code compliant stairs, replacement of the gravel with a concrete pad, to Commissioner Church's point, appropriate screening and lighting for the site. The relief sought were mentioned in the chairman's introduction. This is a D3 application for a permitted conditional use that does not meet each of the conditional use standards. Those standards are outlined in section 347-48 of your code, and it includes minimum parking requirements, off-street parking requirements, where a number of parking spaces is required in conjunction with the number of seats, we are not proposing any conforming parking spaces. None exist now, and we would like to continue that. There are a number of other pre-existing nonconformities for the conditional use standards, including maximum lot coverage, where the permitted maximum is 55%. What exists is 79.9%, or actually we reduced it slightly. Frontage, at least a width of 30 feet on Mission, where currently it is 26.5 feet. That is an existing condition that would be continued. Further lot area, 10,000 square feet is required. We have 4,017 square feet and intend to continue that. Again, it's an existing condition. And last but not least, the conditional use standard is there should be no adverse impact or effect of our site on the adjoining residential sites. I think you've heard from the applicant, their mission is to be a good neighbor and serve the neighborhood. I suspect there will be no interested parties here that would contradict the pastor's statements to that effect. Again, a very interesting application because the site has been there for decades, purchased in 1996, but the church has been there since around 1929 to the best of our knowledge. The annex is primarily used on the weekends for very limited, or will be used on the weekends for very limited purposes, as you heard outlined by the pastor, and would have what we would consider a negligible impact other than a positive one on the surrounding neighborhood. I would also point out that it is within walking distance to Bloomfield Avenue. You heard the pastor mention that the van is available to transport parishioners and other users of the campus. Many walk, and you heard that from the pastor in response to one of the commissioner's questions, excuse me. Last but not least, the use itself is considered an inherently beneficial use. As this board knows, the municipal land use law does identify what a inherently beneficial use is, which is a universally considered value to the community because it fundamentally serves the public good and promotes the general welfare. There are also a number of court cases that speak directly to houses of worship and their ancillary uses as being inherently beneficial. In terms of the overall impact of this application on the neighborhood, from a planning perspective, I would submit to the board that it would not have any negative impact. In point of fact, as council mentioned in its introductory comments, it has existed for decades with no complaints from the neighborhood, and of course, its mission is to serve the neighborhood in a positive way. We're merely seeking the approval to continue the use as it has existed for decades with the improvements that were mentioned by the project architect and the applicant, and of course avail the applicant of the funding that's being offered by the county to make these changes. In terms of the proofs, the D3 variance, as this board knows, the municipal land use law provides that you can have uses that are permitted with conditions. Those are the conditional use standards. The test for the board in deliberating a D3 use variance is a bit different than a D1, as this board knows. You are able to accept that the use is appropriate in this area and is legislative intended to be there. And then if the applicant does not meet each of the conditional use standards, we're properly before this board with your jurisdiction. But the deliberation is really focused on the deviation from a standard or standards for the conditional use. And they're treated almost more like bulk and area standards. Specifically, the proof of special reasons to support the variance from one or more conditions imposed on a conditional use should be relevant to the nature of the deviation from the ordinance, and a conditional use must show that the site will accommodate the problems associated with that deviation. As this board knows, there is a landmark court case, the Coventry court case, Coventry v. Westwood, which gives further guidance, some of which I've just mentioned. in the board's deliberation and review of the requested reliefs. And as might have been intimated earlier on in your deliberations, given all of the Coventry guidelines, one of the guidelines includes that the board can ask that conditions be imposed, reasonable conditions may be imposed as part of the approval. In terms of the proofs for the D3 in this application, I would submit that the purpose of zoning would be advanced, and there are a number of trade-offs when it comes to the parking in particular. All the other conditions are exactly as is. If you were to grant our relief, in my professional opinion, subsection I of the purposes of zoning would be advanced, and subsection I is to create a desirable visual environment and good civic design and arrangement. Certainly, if you were to grant our relief, the overall visual environment would be improved, as you heard outlined by our project architect. In terms of the civic design, the improvements to the site that were also outlined by our project architect would serve as to advance that purpose of zoning. With respect to the parking deviation in particular, I would submit that the, again, current operation will be the future operation for the site and the campus. They have managed to operate without the parking on site and are confident that they can continue to do so. There is a court case, Valenti v. Applicaiton, that suggests that if the board is comfortable that the realistic parking demand for a use such as this is less than that of the strict application of your code, then you can grant the relief, in this case, the deviation from the conditional use standard. The planning literature also suggests that there is merit to right-sizing the parking supply such that you don't have an abundance or excess of macadam on a site where it's really not needed or nor will be used. Again, as I mentioned, there is mass transit close by on Bloomfield Avenue, and there is a bus transportation system that's owned by the House of Worship for those that are in need. I would also finally add that in terms of, if we were looking at this as a C variance, that there is limited space to comply with the strict application of your code because of dimensions of the property and, of course, the structures lawfully thereon. In terms of the surrounding neighborhood, this is an interesting street because there are a number of houses of worship of similar size on Mission Street, most of which do not have parking on site either. In terms of the negative criteria, as this board knows, it's a two-pronged test, no substantial detriment to the public good, no substantial impairment to the zone plan. For any deviation from the conditional use standards, I would submit that there would be no substantial detriment to the public good. In point of fact, if you were to grant this application, there would only be positive impacts on our neighborhood, given the current condition of the building and the site would be significantly improved, and leveraging public dollars to make those improvements a reality. The second prong is the impairment to the zone plan. I would just preface my comments by saying there would be no substantial impairment to the zone plan, and under Coventry, the board may be satisfied that the grant of the conditional use variance for a specific piece or a specific project at the designated site is reconcilable with the municipality's legislative determination that the conditions should be imposed on all conditional uses in that district. But more importantly, in my opinion, if you were to grant our relief for the conditional use approval, there are goals and objectives of your master plan that would be advanced, certainly to provide objective, on page 7, provide convenient access for all residents to essential day-to-day goods and services. In this case, both the services offered by the House of Worship and those goods that will be provided vis-a-vis the food pantry. In my opinion, overall, the application before you this evening is fairly straightforward. Again, a long-standing use at this site without the appropriate blessing, as council mentioned in his introductory comments. We're seeking your approval simply to ratify a use that has existed there for a number of years. And that would conclude my direct testimony. Perhaps the fastest I've ever gone.
I was impressed. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have no further direct questions of Mr. Williams.
Mr. McCullough, do you have any questions?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Commissioner McCullough.
Just a couple of questions. I think, basically I understand the conclusions that you've reached as a result of your research. But I would like to test them out just a little bit.
Sure.
So, first of all, I agree with you that the improvements that are under consideration would visually enhance the property. And that would include the building itself and the concrete pad and the chairlift area. So I'm being very specific in terms of the area that represents improvements. The area behind, stretching out to the rear border of the property, would be another matter. And so I'm just wondering, for the property owner in what I believe is 5 Elmwood Avenue, at least 2 stories of their house, perhaps the third as well, sort of has a clear view of basically what looks like an empty lot. Except for garbage, enclosure and a shed. And so I'm sort of tying this question of sort of the visual impact with the question of whether or not historically this area had ever been utilized as a parking facility. Has your research yielded anything like that in the past?
It has not, but my research was not extensive in terms of the historic use of the site.
Mm-hmm.
The pastor may have better knowledge than I. Again, the church, the house of worship, has been there since 1929, I think. So,
is the main reason to? Oh, I guess let me also simply point out, if on page 9 of the planning memorandum, there's a photo. If you look at that, page 9.
Yep.
Okay, you can see that there's a row of arborvitaes in the back that stretch from a neighbor. I don't know if that's behind the church or that's another neighbor. I can't quite tell. But there's a row of arborvitaes that stretches along the border in the same, which would be moving in the same direction as this particular property. And so I'm wondering, could there not be an effort, and I understand, I think from the testimonies that we've heard thus far, that there are significant financial challenges. So I fully get that. Mm-hmm. But could there not be something like a row of arborvitaes that would potentially lessen sort of the visual impact that this vacant, what essentially is a vacant property, for the neighbors on Elmwood?
So, Commissioner, before I try to answer, page 9, is it figure 11 or figure 12?
That would be figure 11.
Okay. Oh, I see them. Okay. Probably to answer more for our project architect. I did hear him testify that no final decisions have been made. It sounds like it would be a reasonable condition of approval if it's fiscally feasible for the applicant. But certainly I see your point that additional screening would not be a bad thing, whether it's fencing or landscaping. Certainly would not be a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, the fence there, obviously, there's a good faith effort to sort of provide some screening. But again, I mean, for you to make, the argument that, from a visual point of view, this should be acceptable to the board. I think there are alternatives that may not have to be that costly, and yet would be beneficial to the neighbor, as well as still serving the need of the church, in terms of how the space is used. If in fact there is a strong desire to not utilize the space for parking, I could make the argument, it's just land that's sitting there, not doing much of anything. There probably couldn't be a lot of vehicles that could be parked there, but there could be some, which would potentially provide some relief on the street itself. I didn't hear anything in terms of the items that are delivered every 2 weeks for the pantry. I think the chairman made reference to another church that has an active program, and truck deliveries are a concern for the neighbors, and I don't know if that's a concern in this particular case, if the volume is anywhere near that kind of magnitude. But it just sort of raises the question about, how do you help sort of mitigate any potential problems in terms of additional vehicles, even if it's just for a couple of hours every other week, or that kind of thing. That's sort of there's a question inherent in that, but you're welcome to just simply make a comment if you like.
Okay.
And if I may, before he comments on that, just two observations. One with regard to, and I'm looking at page 8 of the planner's report, and I think it's one thing, and I think it's inherent in what we're saying, is we actually have a real-world study here of how this place works. And we have the real-world existing facade of this back, which if any improvement on this facade, which is the first thing we're trying to do here, is going to be an improvement to the visibility from the neighbor behind. With regard to the parking and access there, at one point we said, well, maybe we will throw parking back there, because we thought that was a mitigating and something that the board would want. And the technical review of this application, it was suggested to us that we remove it entirely, because particularly of the choke point, which has been brought up at certain points of this hearing. So we had contemplated that but we were dissuaded from doing that. Again, what we're trying to do here is, again, not making any changes.
Sure.
We have an operation that has worked and is working without comment and detriment and complaints by the neighbors. It should be noted that none of them, are here. And what they're just trying to do is, they have a building there that they've utilized for a long time, and they can't now because of its poor condition. They just want to get back to where they were before. And in doing that, it is going to be still a marked improvement in the visibility. And also, lastly, with regard to some of the things that are in there now, we've already stipulated, for example, to the garbage enclosure. That's going to be redesigned. That's going to be nice. So the visuals will improve, and most likely, once you get through this first tranche of just trying to get the building stable, then they have the ability to do even more of the cosmetics that I think go to some of the questions that you're raising.
Right.
So we're not looking to shut that down. They're just trying to get the building up and running.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that very much, and I will say that I think, when the Development Review Committee, it makes recommendations, and it also, in terms of its review, tries to anticipate what may be questions that would emerge. So one doesn't necessarily displace the other, but nonetheless, I think the emphasis that you're hearing from me, and maybe you'll hear from others as well, is just let's make sure that this is our one time, as far as we know, as the zoning board, that we'll be looking at this particular property, and we want to make sure that whatever ultimately is approved, in fact, enhances the public good, that sees itself, or, visually sees and is impacted by this property. And that's the main point.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
I think last time you were here, you did your presentation in 3 minutes, I think it was. And it's nice to get the long version. No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Simon?
No question.
Mr. Vieira?
No questions.
Ms. Grant?
No questions.
Mr. Cruz?
No questions.
Mr. Church?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Williams, just, Mr. McCulloch brought up, and I brought up, and to give you a forewarning, is, are there realistic conditions we can impose so this doesn't morph into something much larger than what it is today?
I understand the question. I'm not sure how to answer. So when you say doesn't morph into something larger, my recollection of your comments, Mr. Chairman, is that you were comparing what's occurring on this site in terms of the food pantry service to other operations in the neighborhood where that service has mushroomed into a much larger operation. I think you heard testimony from the pastor that it's not the Grace Pointe's intent to grow much larger than they currently are. The only other condition I could envisage would be that the pastor consent to that in terms of the resolution, but I'm not sure how that would be enforced. That's what I'm struggling with, to be honest with you.
I understand.
Yeah.
If I had a specific condition, it'd be much easier, and I was hoping you could help me. But let me, I think some inherent constraints on the size of both this building and the church on the adjoining property do limit what can occur. But, on the other hand, this is not an area where there is a lot of on-street parking.
Right.
It's a narrow street, which relates to one of the conditional use variances. It's a one-way street. The appearance of, I understand now there's minimal traffic generated, but, this is something where it wouldn't take an awful lot more traffic for there to be an impact. And I'm struggling, let me ask it this way. The courts have given and very appropriately so, broad range as to the types of uses that occur in conjunction with a church as being permitted. Part of the church wouldn't require coming back to this board or planning board. Let me give an example of something that, the courts have said, okay, is what if they decide to set up a daycare center? Is that something that we shouldn't care about? Is that something that could have an impact?
Something the board should care about and could have an impact. The demand or intensity of a daycare center, childcare center is different than what exists currently. It certainly has considerations in terms of traffic and pickup and drop off and et cetera. So two things, and this is not getting to your direct question about a condition, but we have done a fair amount of research on food pantries, and what we're seeing is a trend towards when the food pantry operation grows exponentially, there's a model that's customer choice is what it's called, and it limits pickups to more like appointments as opposed to the current operations. That's one consideration. In terms of a condition of having to come back to this board should an additional use be added, I think that's a reasonable condition, but I defer to council.
Yeah, I think, again, if there were another use being proposed on this, that is, I think, a clear difference. My concern and question is there going to be a condition put on this church that doesn't exist for other churches doing and providing the same services? But also, the whole thrust of what we've been saying here tonight is we're not looking to expand. We're talking about what we have here today. And you know what? The main thing I would hope is that, well, you know, if there's an expansion of people needing, you know, food and you know, pantry services, we have a bigger problem. You know, that's not this church, it's people in the community coming out of desperation. And if there's that desperation in the community, I would hate to have any condition that keeps this church from providing the service that is in their mission. So now I think what we would have is reasonable, say, police controls. I think we can say that if there is huge overflows, that there be cooperation with the local police, maybe to handle traffic. But there's no conditions that I'm thinking out of my mind that is going towards what you're saying. The other thing I think it's important to note, we're talking Mission Street, and you said that's a one-way road, but that's not where all of this is occurring. It's as the pastor, I believe, stated, there is storage at this place, but the distribution where people are coming, they're coming to the main building, they're on the lawn there, so we're not clogging up Mission Street. That street is the two-way street where people are, as he said, most likely accessing it by walking. So I understand your concern in general. I'm worried about what condition might be imposed.
Let me do, and I'm not, you know, and I don't even want to limit you to services that are currently being provided. But let me do two things, and let me ask if you have, the applicant has problems with either of those. One is that the food pantry not include any eating of meals on site.
That has not happened with
Okay. And then the second is the daycare, which is totally different from what the minister testified to as to what goes on now in terms of sporadic activities scattered on different days of the week versus a daycare, which would typically be an everyday with a lot of parent drop-off, pickup.
We have no interest in that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's out of this building, there's no daycare happening, and as
I
he's
understand.
confirmed, it is not intended to, so that would be an acceptable.
Okay. Any members of the board with further questions for Mr. Williams? Any members of the audience with any questions for Mr. Williams? Any members of the audience who has any testimony, statements, comments, anything you want to say about the application? Other than I'm assuming the members of the church thinks it's the best application they ever saw. Okay. Mr. Jenkins, you want to sum up quickly?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. My summation is this. This is an operation. We have a real-world view of what this is, and it's been going on for 2 decades. And in that 2 decades, all they have been doing is God's work. And they've been doing it without complaint. They've been doing it without interruption to the local area. All we ask is that it be allowed to continue and improve in a much better looking building than what it is now. With that said, this works, and it should continue to work. Thank you very much.
Okay, start discussion, Mr. Simon.
In favor. I think continued use is definitely appropriate for this location and
Mr. Vieira.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think this is a good improvement for the site, and I'm in favor of the conditions as well. Yeah.
Ms. Grant.
I'm in favor.
Mr. Cruz.
I'm also in favor.
Mr. Church.
I'm in favor.
Mr. McCullough.
I'm in favor.
Mr. Caulfield.
I'm in favor.
Okay, I'm also in favor. I think, you know, the church serves a very important mission in the community. This is, you know, it deviates from numerous conditions. The church unfortunately saw it needed additional space several decades ago, and no one noticed that they needed a conditional use variance, but they're here to correct that so they can greatly enhance the property, which is something of a mess at the moment, and provide handicapped access. You know, I certainly don't think, you know, with the conditions I'm going to do, that this will result in a substantial detriment to the public good or a substantial impairment of the zone plan. Conditions are that, to go where I left off, that no daycare, childcare, preschool use be established, that the food pantry not provide any on-premises consumption of the food associated with that, that the handicapped access be ADA compliant, that the two lots be consolidated, and a couple of reasons for that, but I think most importantly, the stairs leading from the side of the church buildings encroach, in one case slightly, in another case somewhat more significant on this property. I think it's better that they be consolidated. One, the landscaping use native plants, and a landscaping plan be provided for approval of the planning department, since we don't have anything. And in addition to what's shown on the plans, that a row of shrubs that mature height will be at least 10 feet tall be planted in the vicinity of the rear property line from the southern property line over to where the metal shed is, but not behind the metal shed, because there's limited area there, and provide some screening from, you know, as Mr. McCullough pointed out, the rear of the property is not pretty, and just to provide some screening. You know, if you were a more affluent applicant, I'd require greater landscaping back there, but I just, you know, I think something should be done, and that the trash enclosure be enclosed on all four sides and conform to the ordinance. Any other? Well, yeah, I think that's inherent in conforming to the ordinance, that they don't have to throw things over the top.
One point of clarification that I think would be helpful in the resolution with regard to the lot consolidation. Can we state that it can be done by deed?
Yes.
And that, well, I know, but there's been times when if it's not been stated, and then we go back, and then the building department has a particular question, so that we can do it by deed, that we will, and in consultation with the boards.
Just to finish the thought, be provided for review by the board attorney.
Exactly.
And also, in addition to the conditional use variance, we're granting site plan approval. Any discussion among board members, and if not, would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve with the conditions as stated.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And Mr. Cruz is abstaining. Okay.
All of you,
Go.
thank you very much.
Go, do it quickly.
We're trying.
The next application is that of Stuart Ball and Sarah Massalone, owners of property at 315 Claremont Avenue. This is an application for conditional use approval and site plan approval to construct a 2.5-story addition to the existing building on the property, convert the building from a 2-family to a 3-family dwelling. Property is located in the R3 Garden Group Zone, is designated on the township tax maps as Block 1507, Lot 17. The use is a permitted conditional use. And the applicant does not meet all the conditions of the conditional use variance, specifically requirement that all the entrances be a common entrance from the front wall of the developed building, and not all the entrances will be so located. Mr. Trembulac, you want to give your appearance and run?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First of all, thank you very much on behalf of my clients for staying late and hearing this application at this late hour, especially this time of year. I represent Stuart Ball and Sarah Mastalone, who are the owners of property at 315 Claremont Avenue. This is an application for site plan approval and 2 conditional use variances. Property is located between Valley Road and North Mountain Avenue on the north side of the street, contains a 2-family dwelling. My clients, who are longtime Montclair residents, are proposing to construct an addition to the rear of the existing building and create a 3rd dwelling unit in the building, which would be occupied by their son and his fiancée. Property is located in the R3 zone district, which allows for and permits the conversion of existing residential buildings to provide more than 2 dwelling units as a conditional use. I believe the ordinance lays out 6 or 7 conditional use requirements. We meet all of those except for 2. The 2 requirements that we don't meet are the requirement for 15,000 square feet of lot area within 150 feet of the street. We have 14,126 feet. Obviously, it's an existing condition, and we can't do anything to reduce that nonconformity. Secondly, the ordinance requires that there be a common entrance for all of the units located in the front of the building facing the street, and we're proposing separate entrances for the 3 dwelling units. I had noticed for a 3rd conditional use variance related to the square footage of one of the units, one of the existing units. The requirement is 800 square feet. Actually, as Mr. Sionas will testify to in a few minutes, we actually meet that requirement. So although I noticed for it, I don't think we need that variance. And so we're requesting the 2 conditional use variances. Otherwise, I think the plan that will be discussed this evening is essentially fully conforming to all site plan requirements. I think there may be 1 or 2 very, very minor de minimis variants, but otherwise it's fully conforming application, which in addition to providing for the building addition to the rear also provides for a number of site improvements, including a reduction in the amount of impervious coverage and the provision of additional landscaping and improved lighting. Before I call Mr. Sionas, who prepared the plans as the project architect, to discuss those plans as well as the variances, I'd first like to call one of my clients, Stuart Ball, to provide some brief background information regarding the property and the plans for the expansion as I just discussed. So unless there's any preliminary questions for me, I ask that Stuart Ball be sworn in.
Mr. Ball, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth of the matter pending before the board?
I do, sir.
State your name and address.
I'm Stuart Ball. I live at 315 Claremont Avenue in Montclair, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Mr. Ball, are you one of the owners of that property?
I am.
Okay, and you own that property together with your wife, Sarah Mastalone, is that correct?
Correct.
And when did you and your wife purchase the property?
In 2020.
Okay, and you currently live in the house, as you said?
We do.
Okay. Where did you live prior to 350, to acquiring 315 Claremont
I
Avenue?
lived at 33 Stevens Street in Montclair for many years. We moved there in 1984 when our two wonderful children were just becoming school age, and we were looking for a good public school system that was also integrated. And there are not many of those, and we were very happy to come to Montclair. We were very fortunate to find a great house on Stevens Street where we lived and raised our kids. Our kids went through the Montclair school system and thrived there. We've been very happy there, but as we aged, we realized, and particularly our children realized, that it would be harder and harder for us to handle the stairs and other factors, so we began to look to change our living situation. The house we found, which we're very fortunate to find, is probably as big or bigger, but for us it's better because it has a separate unit that we rent out that replaces some of the income that drifts away when we get older. And it also is such that it's configured in a way that we can shrink to one floor at the point that becomes necessary. I plan to have that never necessary, but you never know. And the next very fortunate thing in terms of us staying in Montclair and living in the town that we have really come to love in so many ways is that our youngest son, Alex, who's here tonight, and his partner have now configured their lives in just such a way that it turns out they're prepared to live in Montclair. They need a separate house, of course, but if they have this dwelling, they will live there, and they will be able to both rein in anything stupid that Sarah and I do and take care of us when we need to. So it works out very well for us, and we're really hopeful that we'll be able to do this.
Okay, so the purpose of the addition that's being proposed and the creation of a third unit is to provide a dwelling unit for your son and his partner, as you said?
Exactly.
Okay. You currently have another tenant in the building, is that right?
We do.
Okay. Okay, that's really all I have for Mr. Ball.
None.
I just have, I would have bet that you and Sarah moved to Stevens Street long before Lois and I moved to Harvard Street, but I discovered it was a year after we moved. You were always voting, and I just always assumed you predated us.
I defer to you, sir. Thank you. And thank you all, by the way. I echo the thanks for staying tonight and hearing us out.
All right, thank you. Yeah. You can have a seat. Paul Sionas?
Mr. Sionis, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Paul Sionis. My address is 8 Hillside Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey.
All right, you're handing out a PowerPoint presentation. We're going to mark that as Exhibit A1.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chair, you want to, let me just, before you start, Paul, Mr. Chairman, I'm offering Mr. Sionis as expert in the field of architecture and professional planning, and I hope the board would accept his qualifications. Thank you.
I'm also passing out, besides the PowerPoint copies, passing out drawing SD 101, the drawings that were submitted in the last 10 days. On SD 101, there was a opaque hatch covering the entire parking lot just on that one page, and we noticed that this morning. So the drawings I'm passing out now is the exact same drawing, but with a transparent hatch over the parking area.
Is there a new revision date on this, or is it just a correction with the same revision date?
Correction with the same date.
right. Paul, we've already marked as an exhibit your PowerPoint presentation. So I would ask if you could run through the plans for the board using your power presentation as you normally do.
Okay, thank you. And advancing the slides is Alex Ball, who will be living in the new dwelling unit. We just practiced this at the Historic Commission, and Alex did this very well. Thank you. So again, I prepared a PowerPoint exhibit, which is basically a collection of the drawings that were submitted with the application. Some of these have been colored for better visibility, but again, the beauty of the PowerPoint is we're able to include photographs and additional notes. So 315 Claremont Avenue, it's on the north side of Claremont Avenue, between Valley Road to the east and North Mountain Avenue to the west. It's directly next to a single-family dwelling to the west, and a mixed-use building which is at the corner of Valley Road and Claremont Avenue. There's an existing dwelling directly to the north of this subject property that faces onto Valley Road. And then across Claremont Avenue are a lot of mixed uses. There's a garden apartment complex, there's dwellings, plus offices. So the neighborhood is a mix of both commercial and residential uses. Next slide, please. Slide number 2. This is the survey map. The property is known as Lot 17 in Block 1507. It's about 118.94 feet west of Valley Road. As you can see from the survey, it's a trapezoidal-shaped lot. It contains about 16,406 square feet, which is 0.37 acres. There's 100 feet of frontage along Claremont Avenue. The site's relatively flat. It has a slight slope from the top left to the bottom right, or from northwest down to the southeast corner. The site is currently improved with 2 structures. One is the 2-family dwelling that's in the front of the property, and then there's also a 2-car garage or accessory structure at the rear, at the northeast corner of the property. Currently, there's a gravel driveway and then a large gravel parking area in the rear of the property. The main building, which is the 2-family building, was constructed in 1920, and the property is located in the R3 Garden Group Zone. Next slide, please. So this is a photocopy of the township zoning map for this section of town. So 315 Claremont Avenue is in the R3 Garden Group Zone, and multifamily dwellings are permitted uses as conditional uses within this zone. So the application does not comply with all of the conditions, in that a common entrance is required to all of the units in the wall of the building that faces the street. And the dwelling units entries currently are separate and are also proposed to remain separate. So the 2 units currently do not have an entry from the front of the building. So we're proposing 1 new dwelling unit, also with a separate entry. So the applicant is seeking what's known as, and you heard Mr. Williams explain this very well, we're seeking the same variance, a D3 variance, for a deviation from the conditional use standards. And then in 2020, under a previous ownership, the front building contained 3 dwelling units. So we were retained by Mr. Plofker, who owned this building and prior to the Balls purchasing this building. And at the time, it had 3 dwelling units in the building. Between 2020 and now, one of the first floor dwelling units was merged with another, resulting in the current 2 dwelling units that exist today. Next slide. So next slide is a compilation of 3 photographs from Google Earth Street View, and in the center of this slide is the subject property, 315 Claremont Avenue. To the left or to the west is 320 Claremont Avenue, and then to the right or to the east is 311 Claremont Avenue. Slide 5 contains 3 photographs that we took back in September. The top slide is a view from Claremont Avenue. Bottom left is the rear northeast corner of the building, and the bottom right is the rear northwest corner of the existing building. So according to the property records, as I stated, the building was built around 1920. It's a large 2.5-story craftsman-style building. The front and partial sides contain brick on the first floor, and then stucco on the second floor, and then there's a rear dormer that has wood shingles. The windows are primarily double-hung windows, and many of them have very nice leaded glass lights. The first floor front bay, as shown in that top photograph, is topped with a wood grid pattern decoration, almost like lattice, but this was a nice wood design from 1920. The main roof is a hip-style roof with certain gable roof bays, in addition to that shed roof at the rear of the property. Next slide. So slide number 6, this is the proposed site plan colored for better visibility. So the existing 2.5-story two-family dwelling is proposed to be enlarged in the northwest corner with a 2.5-story addition with one dwelling unit at this corner of the building. The dwelling unit is proposed for the owner's adult son, who's Alex, who's standing behind me. The new dwelling unit will have a separate entry, which requires a conditional use variance. It will have no interior connection to the other dwelling units in the building. The existing one-story accessory building or garage in the northeast corner is to remain, but it will be used for both trash and recycling storage, the owner's workshop, and then certain tenant storage for large items such as bicycles and strollers. The existing gravel driveway and gravel parking area is to be removed. The driveway is to be replaced with a what we're calling a paver ribbon driveway, which is 2 tracks of pavers separated by a lawn between the 2 tracks of pavers. And then the gravel sort of unorganized parking area in the back will be replaced by an asphalt parking area for 6 parking spaces. The lot will be striped, paved, and surrounded with granite block paving. No variance is required for the parking. Based on the 3 units, 5.9 parking stalls are required and 6 parking stalls are proposed. We're also proposing 1 new HVAC condenser unit for the new 3rd unit. The condenser unit will be placed just to the left or west side of the new addition. It'll be placed on a concrete pad, and I'll show in one of the next slides. We'll be surrounding that with evergreen planting. The project is designed to reduce the impervious coverage. So the 46.5% existing impervious, 43.2% is proposed. So we're reducing it by 2.3%, but the maximum allowed by calculation is 43%. So we have a slight deviation from the impervious allowed. So even with this addition, we've still reduced the impervious coverage. Next slide, please. Next slide is an enlargement of the site plan just for better visibility for board members. Again, so this shows the new paved parking area at the rear of the property for 6 cars. It also shows the 2 tracks of pavers that will continue from the Claremont Avenue sidewalk back to this rear parking area. At the Development Review Commission, there were several items requested or suggested. One of them was to install a new fence to block headlights from this parking area. So I marked in orange. There's a new 6-foot-high wood fence proposed that will be aligned with 2 of the parking stalls 5 and 6, so that the headlights from those stalls will not go into the neighboring property to the east. Also on this site plan, it shows, and I'll talk about this further, we're proposing 2 new dry wells to collect the stormwater from the new addition. And those are shown just to the north of the proposed addition. Another item I'll point out is that originally we had the entry to the new addition on the west side of the building. And at the Historic Commission, it was recommended to move the entry to this addition to the rear of the building where it would not be visible from Claremont Avenue. So we've made that change since the Historic Commission meeting. Next slide, please. Slide number 8 is the front half of the enlarged site plan. And again, you could see the 2 tracks of pavers going from the Claremont Avenue sidewalk heading north towards the new parking area in the rear. Next slide.
Paul, before you,
Sure.
I know you're going to talk about site improvements. Before you do that, just a quick question. Will any trees need to be removed in order to accommodate the addition or any of the other improvements?
No, no trees will be removed.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, slide number 9 is a colored version of the proposed landscape plan and lighting plan. So we're proposing new evergreen plantings along the north lot line. And it was noted at the Development Review Commission that the neighboring property to the north, and I'll show it in the photograph, has a lot of volunteer trees in the rear of that property. So we've put a note on the drawings that the plantings are to be adjusted so as not to disturb the existing tree roots from the adjoining lot to the north. The property to the north is undeveloped in the rear. But we're proposing the evergreen plantings basically to put a finishing touch on the north side of this subject property. We're also proposing 2 new flowering trees, 2 new redbud trees. On the drawings, we showed them 7 to 8 feet tall at the time of purchase and planting. These are trees that would have multi-stems. In the engineer's review letter, he stated that the minimum size of small trees should be a 2-inch caliber. Multi-stem trees are not sold by caliber, they're sold by height. But I looked it up and found that the closest to a 2-inch caliber for a multi-stem tree would be 8 to 10 feet high at the time of purchase and planting. So we will revise the plant schedule to show those redbuds slightly taller. We're proposing 5 evergreens to surround the new HVAC condenser unit. Those are to be inkberries planted at 3.5 to 42 inches tall at the time of purchase and planting. They would screen the HVAC condenser unit from the neighboring property to the west and also from any view looking down the driveway. All of the plants, the cedar trees at the rear, the inkberry shrubs, and the red buds are all native plants. Currently, the property has a lot of mature vegetation. You could see on this colored drawing, there's a lot of vegetation on this property already that's mature. Lighting, we're following the township standards for site lighting. We're proposing 1 new wall-mounted light at the rear entry to the new unit. We're also proposing 2 new pole-mounted lights for the rear parking area. Those would be 15-foot tall poles with LED light fixtures. And then we're proposing 1 light on the existing garage, wall-mounted light. On the next slide, please. So the next,
Before
yeah,
you, just
sure.
one quick question before you turn the page. I think you're showing on this slide a snow storage area. I just wanted to ask
Oh, correct.
how snow will be handled. snow
Right, so
removal.
we're required to show a snow storage area. So on this slide, I have an arrow pointing to an area that is the suggested snow storage area. So it would be to the just to the east of the proposed redbud tree, but it would snow could be moved or plowed into that specific area. The next slide is slide number 10. Thanks, Alex. So this is just an enlargement of the partial landscape plan and lighting plan. So on this plan, you can see the foot candle spread from each of the light fixtures. On the engineer's comments, he noted that at the western property line, the lighting level is shown as 0.4 foot candles, and it has to be a maximum of 0.1 foot candle. And I'm pointing out that there's a 6-foot high wood fence along that property line that would prevent any light spillage, at 6 feet and below onto the neighbor's property. And then also on the top right is the plant schedule, where I'm noting that the redbud trees, we'd revise the size to be 8 to 10 foot height rather than the 7 to 8 foot that's shown on the plan. Next slide, please. Slide 11, top left is a photograph taken by me looking to the west, and that's showing that 6 foot high wood fence. It's actually on the neighboring property, just to the west of the common lot line. But in my opinion, that would serve to cut off any light spillage from 6 feet and below. And then the right photograph is looking to the north. That's what I described, the neighboring property which faces Valley Road or fronts onto Valley Road. The back of it is all volunteer trees. It's an existing chain link fence along the property line. That's where we're proposing to put the cedar trees in front of that chain link fence on our subject property. And then there's a large tree stump on our property, as you can see in the left side of the photograph, and that's proposed to be removed. But there are no trees on 315 Claremont property that are proposed to be removed. Next slide, please. Next slide, number 12. We were asked to provide impervious calculations to prove our numbers. So basically, the left side of this slide is we've cross-hatched where the existing gravel areas are, and where all the impervious areas, including the building, walkways, and the gravel paving, which is impervious. So that's 7,635.89 square feet of impervious existing. And then with the changes we're proposing, such as removing almost all of the gravel paving, removing several walkways, and then having more efficient walkways from the back of the building to the paved parking area, we're reducing it from 7,635.89 square feet down to 7,090 square feet. So it's a reduction of a little over 545 square feet of impervious. Next slide, please. Next slide, 13 of the floor plans. The very top is the existing garage. So the existing garage, which is the accessory building in the rear northeast corner of the building, the proposal is to divide it in half internally. The right side, or the east side, would be storage for the owner plus a home workshop. It's currently partially used as a home workshop, but this is to solidify its future use as a home workshop plus storage for the owner. The left side, or west side, would be common storage for the tenants for larger items such as bicycles and strollers that they would not bring into the house, plus organized trash and recycling storage. And the proposal is that the owner would be responsible for bringing trash and recycling out to the street for collection. The bottom left drawing is the basement plan. So there's the existing basement, has the mechanical equipment, a laundry room in the top right or northeast corner. There's an open storage room with a toilet in it. And then in the center of that existing basement, we're dividing up three interior storage spaces. Top northern one would be for the owner, 372 cubic feet, and then the bottom two would be for tenants, one at 250 cubic feet and the other also at 250 cubic feet. So it would be individual tenant storage areas within the building. And then the addition, top left, would be built over a crawl space. So the addition has a footprint of 21 feet by 35 feet. The right side floor plan shows with a blue arrow, shows the entrance to unit number 1. Unit number 1 is the owner's unit. And then to the rear is a green arrow, which is the entrance to unit number 2, which is the current tenant space. Top left side of this drawing is the proposed addition, and the excuse me, The entry to unit number 3 is the top left, so someone would go up 4 steps to a covered porch, a roofed porch, and then enter this unit number 3. Unit number 3, again, is for the owner's son. It will be 2.5 stories, containing 2 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. It'll have a total of 1,750 square feet. We had a discussion at the Historic Commission about an existing window. So there's an existing window on the first floor to the west of the existing fireplace that's shown in the master bedroom. We originally proposed to remove that window since we're connecting the new addition to the existing building at that point. It was decided at the Historic Commission just to cover the window and save it for the future in case it could be reused. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide is the second and attic floor plans. The left-hand drawing is the proposed second floor plan. So the unit number 2 is the current rental unit that's entered from that hallway, and you can see the entrance with the green arrow. Unit number 1 is the second floor of the owner's unit. So there's a den and bedroom and bathroom on the second floor. The top left is the second floor of the new addition. So that would contain a kitchen, dining, living area. And then the right side drawing is the proposed top floor or the attic floor. Unit number 3 is, again, the new addition. It'll have a studio on that top floor with a balcony and French doors. There'll be glass along that east side because there'll be a view towards the New York skyline from this top floor of this building. And then top floor of the existing building also belongs to the owner's unit, unit number 3. There's a open space bedroom plus a bathroom on that top floor. And here I noted that that existing second floor unit has a floor area of 958 square feet. Okay, next slide, please.
Complies with the
Which
ordinance
complies with the
requirement,
ordinance,
according to
correct.
your calculations,
Yes.
correct?
It says measured by the ordinance, because it's excludes stairways, all that kind of thing.
Correct,
yeah.
yes. Okay, slide number 15, the exterior elevations. Top left is the north elevation, which is the rear of the building. The addition is shown on the right side. Pretty much this was designed to match and complement the existing building. Roofing shingles will match. There'll be wood shingles on this dormer at that top floor to match the existing wood shingles on the dormer on the existing building. The windows will be either wood or wood-clad double-hung windows, 1/1 pattern. They will not have the leaded glass inserts like the existing windows have. And then the new entry to unit number 3 is in the bottom of that north elevation. Again, it's a wood stoop and steps leading to an entry door with a wood roof overhang over that rear entry. The top right drawing is the proposed east elevation. The east elevation, the top floor is the windows that I said will have the view towards the New York skyline. To the left of those 4 windows, there's a triangular area where we're copying that, what I call the lattice design from the front of the building within those triangular areas. The triangular area on the left of this drawing will be above fixed glass, so it'll be pretty interesting to look from the inside through this decorative wood pattern. The right triangular area will have the wood pattern, but it will be covering a stucco wall, no glass there. The exterior of the building will be stucco to match the stucco on the existing building. We're copying the same flared stucco detail that's at the top of the first floor, bottom of the second floor. Bottom left is the west elevation, which is the view along the driveway. Again, we're matching the wood shingles on the existing dormer. The front of the house currently has brick just at the front and wraps around to the sides for a small portion. The height of the existing dwelling is 33 feet 8 inches. The height of the proposed addition is 32 feet 10 inches, so this is it's 10 inches shorter than, the proposed addition is about 10 inches shorter than the existing building. Next slide, please. Next slide, 16, is a 3D view looking from the northeast. So the existing building is on the left of this 3D view. The proposed addition is on the right of this 3D view. Next slide, please. Slide number 17 is a 3D view looking from the southwest. It shows the two strips of paver tracks for the driveway. Shows the paved parking to the rear. It shows one of the two redbud trees. It also indicates the evergreen inkberries that would surround the new HVAC condenser unit. And again, you could see the existing building to the right and then the proposed addition to the left. The existing building has exposed rafter tails. So in other words, it's not a covered soffit at the edge of the roof, but it's exposed rafters. So we're proposing to match that above the second floor with the new addition. Next slide. Next slide is 18 is the existing plans. And again, this is just to show the existing basement at the top left, existing first floor at the bottom center, bottom left center. Top right is the existing second floor plan, and the bottom right is the existing attic plan. Next slide. 19 are the existing elevations. Again, the top left is the north or rear of the building. Bottom left is the west, as you know, seen from the existing driveway, and then the bottom left is the east elevation, looking towards Valley Road. Slide 20. Oh, good. So on the what I passed out, the rendering, for some reason didn't print. So the addition to the rear, the addition is to the rear of and at the northwest corner of the existing building, which basically minimizes the impact on the existing building, and it results in a low to moderate reduction in historic integrity. And that was a direct comment from the new Historic Commission consultant. Unit number 1's the owner's apartment. The owners, as you've heard from Mr. Ball, from Stuart Ball, they're longtime Montclair residents who moved here to this property in the last few years in order to have space for themselves and ideally to age in place. And now their grown son would like to move into the proposed unit number 3. And we didn't mention it, but I'll mention Alex Ball, grew up on Stephen Street, and after college he moved to Peru. And basically he's been in Peru for the last 18 years, sorry. And the goal is to be able to come back to Montclair and live, with his family. So the exterior design and the materials are similar to the existing, so that they're compatible with the existing building. The addition is to the rear of and at the corner of the existing building, so it'll serve as an indication that this is not necessarily part of the original building, and that was important to the Historic Commission. The location of the addition is subordinate to the original building, with minimal impact on the view from Claremont Avenue. There was, as I said, there was discussion about the one window that will be covered, so that will remain in place and be covered rather than be removed. All of the new windows will be either wood windows or wood-clad windows. All of the exterior trim will be either wood or composite, painted to match the original wood. And the existing building layout, the floor plan of the existing building precludes the new unit number 3 entrance being located at the existing unit 1 entrance facing the street. So because of the interior layout, we couldn't put the entry to unit number 3 at the front. We think at the rear, as suggested by the Historic Commission, is the next best thing.
Well, before you go on to planning testimony, because I think you're at that point, just a couple of things. You already mentioned the HPC report. HPC had 2 recommendations both of which have been incorporated into the plans, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you provided a point-by-point response to the latest memorandum from Neglia Engineering dated July 30, 2024. I'm certainly not going to ask you to review that tonight, but just a couple of things. Neglia had two comments regarding lighting, one of which you addressed, which was the lighting along the westerly property line. And the other comment is section 8.4 of the letter, which referred to the illumination levels near the new pathway.
Correct.
Can you just discuss that?
Sure. Basically, it was suggested to add additional lighting along the new pathway at the rear of the building in order to provide a minimum of 0.5-foot candles, and we will add a fixture if required by the board, another light fixture on the building. I had mentioned to Mr. Trembulac that it's funny, at the Historic Commission meeting, they commented that they thought it was too much lighting at the rear of the building that's proposed, but this is what's required by ordinance, so we have to comply with the ordinance.
Okay. Again, I think you've really covered all the other comments in the Neglia report. I was going to ask you to briefly discuss drainage and stormwater, but I don't think I want to do that at 11:30.
Well, basically, we'll comply with what's suggested.
So I'm going to suggest
Yeah.
we would accept the condition, Mr. Chairman, that the drainage and stormwater management plans would be subject to approval of the board engineer. Okay, you want to go on and talk about the variances?
Sure. Basically, we're asking for this D3 variance, for a conditional use variance. The property is located in the R3 Garden Group Zone, and there are certain conditional uses. We comply with almost all of those conditional uses. The floor area of each dwelling unit cannot be less than 800 square feet, and the proposed and existing floor areas are greater than 800 square feet. The principal building on a lot shall occupy not more than 1/4 of the ground area of the lot, and we comply in that the existing and proposed building occupies 16.6%, so we comply. The ground coverage of the building, exclusive of open porches, garages, and any other area, shall be not less than 1,250 square feet, and we comply in that the ground coverage is 2,223 square feet. The area of the lot on which the building is erected shall not be less than 15,000 square feet within 150 feet of the front street line. Well, it's an existing condition that we don't comply with. The existing condition is it's 14,128 square feet rather than the 15,000 square feet. So the lot is slightly undersized as anticipated by the zoning. Density shall not be greater than 24 units per acre. With the proposed total of 3 units, we're at 7.97 dwelling units per acre. And I noted that based on the density, you could have 6 units on this property, but we're proposing 3 units. Fire escapes or stairway leading to the second or any higher floor shall be completely enclosed. There is an existing drop ladder at the rear of second floor of the building. It's not required by code. If the board requires, we'll propose to remove that drop ladder. The interior design, number 6, the interior design and arrangement of the dwelling units shall be consistent with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Minimum Property Standards, Volume 2. We comply with that. And then the item that we do not comply with is item number 7, which is the reason we're here. Access to all dwelling units within a converted building shall be provided by a common entrance situated in the wall of the building facing the street on which the lot has frontage. So unit number 1 is accessed by the owner's unit is accessed by the front entrance in the center of the building, so that complies. Unit number 2, however, is accessed by a rear entry. That's an existing condition. And then the new unit number 3 will be accessed by a new rear separate entry. So we deviate from condition number 7, and therefore we're seeking the variance.
to talk about the, legal standard
Sure.
for a conditional use variance, and then
Okay.
your analysis of the positive, negative criteria.
Sure. So D3 variance is required for a deviation from the conditional use standards. And in order to grant the D3 variance, both positive and negative criteria must be satisfied. And governing bodies have determined that the use in a D3 variance is appropriate to the zone in which it's located, but it's subject to conditions. So the use is appropriate, but it's subject to conditions. So I'll start with the positive criteria. So the applicant must demonstrate that the site's appropriate for the proposed use in spite of the deviation from the conditional use standard. So the principal building on the lot shall occupy not more than 1/4 of the ground area of the lot. So I've just gone through all of these. I mean, we comply in that, we're at 16.6% of the lot, and the maximum allowed is 25% of 1/4. The ground coverage of the building shall be not less than 1,250 square feet, a minimum of 1,250 square feet. I misspoke and have a typo. So we comply at 2223. Proposed density is 7.97 dwelling units, is much less than the 24 dwelling units allowed. So because we meet those site conditions, I think we comply with the positive criteria. As to the negative criteria, we have to demonstrate that the deviations from the conditional use standard do not cause substantial detriment to the public good, and that they do not impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance, or that conditions can be imposed on the approval to mitigate any substantial detriment to the impairment. So the access to the two existing dwelling units are already separate. So we're not seeking something new here. It's already separate access points. That one is not at the front of the building. So one is at the front, one is at the rear, existing. The existing internal arrangement, as I stated, will not allow new unit number 3 to connect to the front entry. Prior to the applicant's purchasing this property, it was 3 dwelling units. When I was contacted, probably 2019 by Mr. Plofker, there were 3 dwelling units in this building. We measured and drew the 3 dwelling unit building for the previous owner. And then fourth, the HPC consultant recommended that the entry to the new dwelling unit number 3 be relocated from the west side of the building to the rear north side so as to be less visible from the front of the property. And then I think the important argument is, and you heard this from Mr. Williams before, courts have found that imposing the same standards to a D3 conditional use variance that would be applied to a D1 non-conforming use variance is inappropriate. So the Coventry Square case from 1994, which was Coventry Square versus the Westwood Board of Adjustment, they established standards that you've heard probably many times. They've established standards for granting a variance for a deviation from a specification or standard pertaining solely to a conditional use. The standards reflect the fact that a conditional use is neither prohibited throughout the zone, nor is it permitted at every location or on every property within the zone. Rather, it's permitted at those locations in the zone where the use meets the conditions set forth in the zoning ordinance. So a conditional use is not a prohibited use. The governing board determined that the use in a D3 variance is appropriate to the zone in which it's to be located, subject to conditions. So we're here because we don't meet the one condition to have all of the units use the same front entrance. And that concludes my direct testimony. I'm sorry I rushed through it, but it's late. I have a 7 o'clock flight in the morning, so.
Okay, and Mr. Sionas and Mr. Trevena, we're going to mark, as you can tell, it's really getting late now.
Sorry.
We're going to mark revised or corrected sheet SD 101 as Exhibit A2.
Thank you.
No further questions for Mr. Sionas.
The 2 balconies that are proposed, I would presume that neither of those would violate the integrity of neighborhood properties, other neighborhood properties.
Correct. There's one balcony proposed at the top floor of the new addition.
Yeah, on the new addition, but then
Right.
it looks like on the current on the second floor over the back deck, on page 16 of your exhibit.
Correct. On Exhibit 16, you could see there's an existing balcony at the rear of the second floor above the first floor deck.
And then I'm assuming that this property, your perspective is that this is not property that could be converted back into a single-family property.
The existing building could always be converted back to a
Right,
single family
existing,
if
right.
someone wanted to do that.
Right, but with the additional piece that would not allow for that, right?
The internal layout would not allow for that,
That's
correct?
what
And we
that's
tried
how I
to
read it.
minimize the connection from the
Okay.
new addition to the existing building.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, I'm not sure of the terminology, but the west wall, there's like, is that a hip wall there, southwest? Is that an architectural feature there?
Which slide page are you looking at?
17.
17, thank you.
Where's it? Oh, Jesus, thank you.
So there's a hip roof over that bump out on the first floor.
That bump out is just architectural? Is that
It's
what-
architectural, yes.
And that window on the second floor for the kitchen, you feel confident that that's going to bring a lot of light into that kitchen area?
Yes. Sorry, going back to the. I do. There's also, light will be coming in from the east side, because it's an open kitchen, dining, and living area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just got a couple questions. Is there a second exit or method of egress for the new unit?
No, it's a totally separate unit that's connected to the rear wall of the existing building, but it's not required to have a second exit. It's like a single-family house, very similar.
There's no requirement? I thought you had to have like a window.
Oh, yeah, we're required to have egress windows in
Right.
every sleeping room.
Right.
But, so there will be egress windows. They have to be a minimum of 5.7 square feet.
Okay.
That's required by building code,
Right.
yes.
And sticking with the windows, it looks like on page 15, the windows don't exactly line up. I don't know, that could just be the fact of the drawing, but in turn, compared to the old, the existing structure and what's proposed, just seems like the windows are.
Yeah, I see that. The first floor window is sort of askew from the
Yeah,
second floor
And even
window
on the
above.
second floor, compared to the other side,
Yeah,
we
I
get
s-
the triple and the double.
I think that should be corrected. Thank
Okay,
you.
just want to confirm that. And for I made a note, was there a variance required for Unit 2? Back when that was, for the rear entrance for Unit 2?
No, when Unit 2.
So it's a two-family. I mean, the requirement for the common entrance only would apply if you're looking
Would
to
reapply?
Increase the number of units.
Got it, okay.
Above
two.
Okay. No other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions. On the first floor plan, I guess you have a window, an existing window that will be covered, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And so does the wall there requires any additional, like, fireproofing or, yeah, basically a separation
It
between?
will have to be a fire-rated separation, yes.
The separation,
Yes.
right? Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank
And
you.
then on the second floor of the proposed unit, in the kitchen area, is that supposed to be a high ceiling to the third floor? To the
Yes,
third-
and you can see that to the right on that third floor plan. So it's just a high ceiling above the kitchen dining area, and then there's 3 large glass roof skylights.
Skylight.
Yeah, so that's a high ceiling.
Yep,
Thank you.
okay. And I guess the last question, was there any thought about EV charging stations in the new park?
Yes.
Yes, I just put an EV and then having the 240 line put into the garage.
So the answer is yes, the 240 volt line was put into the garage.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Cruz?
No questions.
Mr. Church? Okay. Well, just a couple of things to go over. You did a response to Mr. Neglia's, the response from Neglia Engineering's memo. I just want to be clear, and then I'm going to contradict myself in a sec. Other than 8.04, is there anything you're not going to comply with? I mean, there's some of his things that are statements, there's some of his things that are recognized, the plans have been revised, and I don't really want to go through and sort out 20 conditions that still apply, but is there anything that, other than 8.04, you're not complying with?
No.
Okay. Now, to contradict myself,
Okay.
on 8.01, on the red bud, that's just silly. And I know you revised the plans to show the larger caliber, hence taller trees, but, I mean, that's silly, and it's very
requirement?
nice you're willing to comply, but we're not going to require you to comply.
Okay, but you understand that multi-stem trees are sold by height, not caliper?
Yes, I understand,
Okay,
and
so thank you.
You're going to go back to your original slightly smaller trees,
Okay.
which I assume are slightly cheaper and.
Yes.
And then, no, is there any member of the audience who has any questions, any objections from sons and future daughter-in-laws to what's being built for them? Okay, Mr. Trembulac, you want?
No further witnesses.
Do you want to sum up?
I'm going to be very brief. The two variances we need, there's recent precedent from this board with respect to the two D3 variances for the building, for the lot area requirement, as well as a requirement for a common entrance. A little over a year ago, this board granted variances for 70 Grove Street, which involved the creation of a third dwelling unit in the basement. That property was 12,203 square feet compared to the requirement of 15,000 square feet. The board, approved the application and also approved variance from the common entrance requirement to permit separate entrance from the rear of the property for the new third unit. The other application that I'm very familiar with, and Paul would also recall it, 2 years before that, 41 Harrison Avenue, again, the same two variances were granted. In that application, the lot size was just about 10,000 square feet compared with the 15,000 square foot requirement. And the board granted the D3 variance for the lot area and also permitted 3 separate entrances for the 3 dwelling units in that building, including an entrance on the side of the building to the rear for the new dwelling unit that was created. So, those are just 2 examples of similar variances granted by the board. I mean, the lot area here is almost compliant, and if not for the fact that the property sort of tapers in the rear, you've got a lot that's 100 feet wide and like 170 feet deep, which would meet the 15,000 square foot requirement. But again, there's a little bit of an odd shape to the rear where it pinches in and results in slightly less area. But as the board found in those prior cases, and as I think should be clear from Mr. Sionas' testimony here, that notwithstanding those deviations, this property is certainly suitable and appropriate for 3-family use, as evidenced by the fact that there's plenty of land area. We've got sufficient parking. provided. So notwithstanding those deviations, we think we meet the Coventry Square standards in that the site is still appropriate for the proposed use. And as I said earlier, I think we have a minor de minimis variance for impervious coverage. I think that would be the only additional variance. And other than that, subject to the conditions that have been discussed, I would ask the board to approve the application. And thank you again for staying late.
Start discussion, Mr. Simon.
I'm in favor.
Mr. Vieira.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think I don't really have an issue with that separate entrance, so I will support the application.
Ms. Grant.
I'm in favor of the application.
Mr. Cruz.
I'm in favor of the application.
Mr. Church.
I'm in favor.
Mr. McCulloch.
I'm in favor.
I'm in favor. Alex, I have one quick story. My parents did the same thing, moved in with my dad's family. They built the same situation. It was great for babysitting, but when they went out to dinner, my grandfather, my dad's father, didn't understand why they had to walk outside to go see the kids. So when they came back, the wall was knocked down, and they could get into there very easily. The next day, my mom started to look for a new house, but just thoughts.
Yeah, but your mother might.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think, it's a minor deviation from the required lot size. The existing configuration of the house dictates with the two existing units that the entrances be separate. So even if they wanted to have the new addition have a same front entrance, which would have defeated the whole purpose, they still wouldn't have met it. So I think, and as Mr. Tremblay pointed out, we've granted similar variances. I think, but due to the existing configuration of the entrances of the house, they could not have conformed to that requirement. This is certainly not going to be a substantial impairment to the zone plan or substantial detriment to the public good. And the conditions are they adhere to the engineering conditions except 8.1 and 8.5, and they correct the window alignment that Mr. Simon spoke to. And other than I'm generally opposed to constituents leaving the election district, we will tolerate this for them anyway. Okay, someone want to make a motion to approve with those conditions? Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Well, I think
Yeah.
I think we have to carry the last application. Do we make an announcement?
No.
Did we,
I don't remember doing it, that's why I asked.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
No.
The application 2889 for 204 Claremont Avenue, Montclair Dental Spa will not be heard tonight. They'll be carried to the August 21st meeting with no new notice required. Okay?
That was not good.
I didn't realize.
My
that.
bad. So we have Wheeler Street, we have that. Anything else on for the 21st?
Let me take a check. Do you have the 21st agenda here?
When's the next meeting? August 25th?
Yes,
It's
2 weeks.
August 21st.
I will not be here. So I can say it right now.
I don't have the agenda. We don't have it with us right now.
I can tell you what's on it.
Okay, go ahead.
So currently for the 21st is 50 Church Street, Art of Rain use variance for the tattoo studio. 28 Mountainside Park Terrace, which is the bulk variance for a swimming pool and a breezeway. And then 204 Claremont Avenue, which is the second floor conversion to dental offices. And then there's one more.
When we continued Wheeler Street too.
Yeah, Wheeler Street is on for October at the moment.
Okay, so they put it off?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Good morning.
Motion to, someone move? We need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Mission Street.